Mary. Oh, it was actually on time today, even.
Wow. So this is Ozma. It's huge.
Sure is one massive hole in the ground, quite literally.
Ancestors, guard my son, for he is lost in darkness. Mothers, keep him safe, for you know what it is to mourn. I'm sorry. Did you have an offering for the ancestors? Although, I can't imagine your ancestors reside in the stone.
What were you praying for?
My name is Vilda, widow of Turok of the Smith caste. I pray here every day for my son, Ruck. I only wish I knew whether I should be asking for his safe return or for the ancestors to accept his soul.
Okay, there. Now my mic is actually in position. Safe return? Your son is missing?
It was 5 years ago. He was only a youngster. He joined a Deep Roads excursion, the only Smith to go with the warriors to repair their arms. He was so proud, but he got separated somehow. When they came home, he wasn't with them.
Did anyone go after him?
The captains don't want to lose anyone searching for stray men. Too many were taken by Dark Spawn that way.
My character wouldn't know this, but I'm gonna ask you anyways. There are Darkspawn in the Deep Roads?
The Deep Roads are where Darkspawn come from. They descend for miles into the earth, and we must patrol them constantly or be overrun. I lost my husband to them. If I lost my son the same way...
What would you give for a safe return?
You're asking what I would pay for your services? I have little money since my husband died.
You can't demand payment. Don't be cruel.
I was just curious.
The Deep Roads are dangerous. If I had anything of worth... But wait. I saved his shield. The masterpiece my husband smithed. I was saving it for Ruck's return. If someone were to find my son or his body, they can have the shield with my blessing.
Okay. Orders from him. I'll look for him.
How? There is no way except to brave the Deep Roads yourself.
You're welcome, Mary. Enjoy Inquisition. I do plan on streaming Dragon Age Origins through and maybe Dragon Age 2, since I never got around to finishing the second one myself. So, that's one way to experience the stories, if you have any interest in it at all. Let's see. I'm a Grey Warden, that's what we do.
A warden? So you could do it. Only wardens face the Deep Roads without a company backing them. Oh, thank you. The ancestors finally heed my prayers. Please, find me as soon as you return.
Yeah, and I was right on time, Turbinal. Shut your mouth. I was about to make that a lot worse. Anyways, Inquisition, I do feel like, is the best action game out of them, but it's the least D&D-like, in my opinion. So make of that what you will.
Topsiders? Good. Get some outside gold in here. Calm people down. Make them think we should open the gates for good. The more cracks in the old way, the better. That's what Balin stands for.
You approve of this chaos?
Can't find ore without splitting some stone. My investments are solid, I'll be fine. The Assembly has done us a favor. They've shown just how loose the sand is under our feet. It opens people to change.
Actually, Turbinal, I was right on time. So I don't know what you mean about 1 minute late. I very specifically started at 2:04. So it would be exactly 2 hours after I said probably in 2 hours. Blight is coming. Rosamar can't be divided.
Orzammar will decide what we can or can't be. Blight may be imminent on the surface, but our warriors are well seasoned against Dark Spawn. There will be topsiders left for trade. There's no end to you.
You'll find no heckling here, Turbinal. For your main point is nothing but wrong. Anyways, let me see what you have in your store.
I'll take your gold. You're good for that.
Does he have? Interesting. Too bad it's way too expensive for me. You know what? I know Liliana would probably love this. Here you go, Liliana.
Maker's blessing on you, brother.
I didn't think dwarves believed in the Maker.
I'm Brother Burkle of the Red Cliff Chantry, returned to my ancestors' land to spread the chant of light.
Even in the very bowels of the earth, we hear no end of this chant.
And that is something to rejoice in, good sister. I'm petitioning to open a chantry in Orzammar.
Whose permission do you need to open a chantry?
The Shaper controls changes in Orzammar's structure and society. I need the Shaper of Memory's permission to open a prayer meeting.
Oh, good luck with that. Let me see how it turns out. Let me know how it turns out, now let me say. But the Shaper of Memories?
The Shaper of Memories controls the Shaperate, Orzammar's record system. Like the Chantry's historians, but more thorough. They track the births and lineage of every dwarf born in the city, every property sale, death in battle, marriage, or divorce.
If I bump into him, I'll be sure to mention it.
I can see the Maker's hand on your shoulder, guiding you always.
If this chantry could help just one person as much as it helped me, it's worth any trouble.
Please let me know as soon as you've heard anything.
You know, Liliana was just going to blow him off. That's actually a good point.
What is that smell? Dwarven vomit. Charming. I tried Dwarven ale once. I thought it was just something they tricked surfers into drinking, as a joke.
Hey, Cora.
Trust Vala, stranger. You must be the Grey Warden we heard about. Welcome to Tapsters. I'm Cora, your hostess. How may I serve you?
I want the most disgusting drink you have.
With 52 types of ale, 17 types of mead, and a dozen imported wines, we should be able to serve your needs. What do you have?
A round of your best brew for myself and the house.
Someone's feeling generous. A round of Valentis Red for everyone. This, my friend, is the Paragon of Ales. The best your money can buy. Enjoy.
I don't want to see the bar bill. Oh, that's not too bad.
I mean, it's how the ancestors
Hope they
show
have
their
a
faith.
nug on
Do
the
they
fire?
really need our
I'm
help to decide
starving.
who's worthy? And then he practically slapped me. Lord Dennick Helmy, honored Desher of the Orzammar Assembly, and terrible disappointment to my esteemed mother, who doesn't like me spending time in taverns. You understand what I'm saying, right? On the surface, there are no castes, and it works fine. Am I right, Warden?
Things are hardly equal up there.
But there are those like you who see this with concern, no? Well, I've taken the time to actually talk to the other castes. You know, most smiths and tavern keeps would make decent deshers if we gave them a chance and a seat in the assembly. Orzammar are so mired in tradition, no one bothers asking if the castes are even necessary.
Certain outfits. Now, to be fair, I was actually late the other day, but that was really only because I didn't think anyone was too terribly interested in watching at that time. So I saved it for a little bit later. How does the caste system work, anyway?
Badly. Oh, you're serious? Well, it's simple, I guess. The king and elected deshers of the assembly are at the top. Then it's the nobles. Then the warriors and all the craftsmen. At the bottom are servants. The casteless and criminals are below even that. Your caste is determined by that of your same-sex parent, and that's where you stay your whole life, whatever your skill.
So you get to vote on the next king?
Me and 79 other fine, upstanding examples of how someone who's born into every privilege inevitably wants more. They're not fond of my views on equality.
Who are you voting for?
I doubt either candidate has been outside the Diamond Quarter in his life. But Lord Harrowmont seems a bit more forgiving. Prince Balin's brilliant, I'll give him that, and subtle as sin. But I don't think anything in Orzammar matters more to him than winning.
Alright, I'll get going.
As you wish.
I was expecting a certain dwarven companion to be available now, but I guess not. Maybe he shows up a bit later. You mean the dwarven companion? No,
Welcome to
can't.
Jannar Family Armorers. I must say, you look like our type of people. Looking for a new set of mail. At Jannar's, we have everything from leather to platinum.
Let me see what you got.
Of course. Keep in mind, we also take items on trade.
Is that better or worse than what Leliana has? Oh, no, you can't. Just Balin and Harrowmont are the options you get. Which, mild spoiler alert, yes, you do actually get to influence which way the elections go.
I knew I should have stuck to common nugs. I've gone and lost them too. I'll never find them the way they skitter.
Common nugs? I don't like those. They look dirty.
No way I'm going back to that supplier in Dust Town. Guess I'm shutting it down.
If I see any nugs, I'll send them your way.
Good on you, stranger. Only need one to turn this around.
Okay then.
Excuse me, do you have a moment? You look like you're not from around here.
Yeah, you could say that.
Oh, wonderful. I've been trying forever to find someone who really knows the surface world. I don't suppose you've heard of something called the Circle?
Circle of Magi.
I've been trying to reach someone there for years. I've sent missives with every caravan, but I never get a reply. I want to know if they would accept me for study.
Dwarves can do magic.
I don't want to do magic. No dwarf can cast spells, but I don't see why I shouldn't study it. It would be a valuable exchange. Orzammar would learn of one of the great natural forces of the surface. And the Circle gains direct access to our knowledge of lyrium smithing.
That does actually sound pretty helpful. I can bring the circle you request.
That would be wonderful. My name is Dagna, daughter of Jannar of the Smithcasts. Tell them I've already begun reading the Teventer Imperium's Verticum Kadab, and it's just fascinating. Did you know the Imperial Magister Lords once had genealogies of every human family known to produce a mage child?
She's so enthusiastic and adorable. I'm glad we're helping her.
Oh, I'll go pack my bags right now. I'll be waiting by my father's shop.
Greetings, and welcome to Garen Garrison's luxury goods shop. Wow, there are a lot of you. And I've never seen one of those before. The things they come up with. What was I saying?
What do you mean, one of those? I have to look at my shop, I hope.
Right. Yeah, I have some lovely things here. Lyrium enhanced, of course.
Tome of physical technique. Wow. Okay, I definitely cannot afford that. Or that, sadly. Yeah. Okay, well, hold on. I'm not sure which one I just sold to. Flawless Lightning Crystal. Okay. I'll hold on to that one, just because I know what it's for. And I'll take the Tome of Physical Technique. Do I have anything I want to learn? I think I do. Let's see, other... Yeah, here we go. Yeah, that one's not going to be particularly useful for me. I need Master Combat training first. That's disappointing. Okay. Well, didn't the other guy have something I could use for that? I think he did. I don't remember what the name of the tome was, but... Codex updated. The city of Orzammar. The dwarves are lauded for their craftsmanship, and the city of Orzammar is one of their finest works. Orzammar lies at the heart of the Frostback Mountains, deep underground. The city arcs outward from the royal palace, which is built around a natural lava vent continually fountaining liquid rock, which both lights and heats the entire cavern. The topmost tier of Orzammar is home to the noble caste, with their palaces fanning out in both directions from the court of the king, as well as the Shaperate, which serves as a repository for all dwarven knowledge. The lower tier is the commons, where the merchant caste holds sway and where the finest works of Orzammar's craftsmen are for sale. In the center of the river of lava, connected to the commons by a causeway, are the proving grounds, a sacred arena where the dwarves, by ancient tradition, settle their disputes. On one side of the fiery river are the ruins of old dwarven palaces fallen to disrepair, which the locals call Dust Town, now home to the city's casteless. On the other side of the river are the deep roads, which once joined the sprawling dwarven empire together, but now, after centuries of dark-spun incursions, are largely sealed off. Nearly all knowledge of this network of underground passages has been lost, even to its builders. As far as Orzammar's king is going to be concerned, I'm going to think about that, honestly. I'm not sure which one I'm going to go for quite yet.
Back to buy something, I hope. I want that surface wealth coming back to...
Yep, Tome of the Mortal Vessel, which I misremembered, actually, because that's for physical attributes, not for traits. Oh well.
This no doubt leads out to the deep roads, the ancient passages that once led to the other dwarven kingdoms.
Box and bugs. Okay then.
What's this? A human? we make these tunnels tall enough for humans? I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you past the front lines without Adesh's permission. And I've heard nothing of any new patrols scheduled to leave today.
None of these are good options. I want to say I'm a Grey Warden, I can handle myself, let me pass. Let's... Okay, will you let me pass?
Into the deep roads? Not without a full unit of soldiers to back you, my friend. Or Adesh's permission to risk yourself. Orzammar can't afford to lose its citizens or honored guests on casual visits to the deeps.
Okay, then.
Aye, for your sake, I hope you've no reason to come here again.
I mean, I've got a mage, a woman, and... You know what, let's not acknowledge the woman with her. I've got a mage, and I've got a guy in a massive suit of metal armor. I'm pretty sure I'll be fine enough.
Go on, I'm out of the nug game. Got nothing to sell.
Here's a nug.
Saraka, I'm back in the game, such as it is. I don't have much besides gratitude, but find a bunch more of these and I'll toss you whatever I found.
Okay, what does my journal say, actually? Okay, and the diamond quarter.
From what I've heard of dwarven politics, I'm almost surprised we haven't seen blood running these streets.
Well, don't worry, we will soon enough.
Legion of the Dead sighted battling Darkspawn near Orzammar. They have no...
I'll just take this.
Stand empty.
This has dragged on too long. It's an insult to King Endrin's memory.
Casting this on my TV, the edges are all cut off.
News of the hour. Does Lord Harriman think that Orzammar can hold off the dwarves forever? The Assembly demands an answer.
Not sure there's much I can do about that, if anything.
You know,
Good day.
after all this is over, I wouldn't mind getting a job here. I could sing, tell stories, help the king get items from high shelves.
Are you trying to get us executed, Liliana? Don't say that again. For the love of God. Oh, I'm sorry, for the love of the Maker. Don't say that again.
Warden, welcome. It is always a blessing for Orzammar to host your order. I am Vartak Gavorn, top advisor to our good Prince Balin. What news do you bring?
Let's see, this treaty obliges Orzammar to send troops to the service.
Ah, ancient documents indeed. These were signed in the reign of Eithnar Bimo, Paragon and King. That was 16 generations ago. Now the difficulty is that the treaty only compels our king, and we are sadly lacking one of those right now.
Battling the Blight is more important than politics.
No one wishes this fight over more than Balin. But while it rages, Orzammar can spare no one to combat what may or may not be a new Blight.
Probably just know how to fix it. I think your TV should have settings to adjust. It might work differently because you're casting it onto the TV, but most TVs with traditional inputs would have settings to adjust how exactly the image is displayed. Like how far it will put out the edges of the image. Are you implying a Grey Warden wouldn't recognize a Blight?
I believe you. But what are we to do? If Balin followed his heart and sent his men to aid you, Harrowmont would steal his throne. We would defeat the Blight, and return to find our homeland devastated by an incompetent tyrant.
And if you don't fight, your homeland gets destroyed.
Perhaps you could prove to Prince Balin your intentions are just. If you show you owe Harrowmont no fealty, I'm sure Balin would help you. Harrowmont has engaged in a campaign of bribery and coercion to ensure that every house serves him. But if a neutral party, a stranger, were to approach certain key members, perhaps with irrefutable evidence of Harrowmont's deception, I'm certain my Lord Prince would show his gratitude.
You see, this wouldn't be the first time I was told that political officials bribing when they aren't. I'm not doing Balin's dirty work.
Very well. But do not expect my prince to see you as anything more than another ignorant surfacer. I will be here if you change your mind.
Speak. I heard there was a Grey Warden here. I am Dulin Forrender, second to Lord Harrowmont, King Endrin's own choice as successor. Word is spreading that the surface may suffer a blight. It is shameful we are not in a better position to help.
I have a treaty obliging Orzammar to aid against the blight.
That may be, and that is a terrible risk for the surface. But even if the world would end tomorrow, Lord Harrowmont cannot ignore Balin today. He cannot afford to trust anyone of unproven loyalties.
What do you want me to do? Denounce Balin publicly?
If you wish to show you have no loyalty to Balin, then work against him in Harrowmont's name. Balin is hosting a proving today, supposedly to honor his father's memory. The Deshers take it very seriously, and unfortunately, Balin found some way to blackmail or intimidate House Harrowmont's best fighters into stepping down.
Do you want me to find out why your fighters dropped out?
That would be enlightening. Though I hope you won't pry too deeply into things they don't wish revealed. If you wish to show your loyalty, enter the proving as his lordship's champion. With your order's reputation, I've no doubt the ancestors would favor your arm. Balin would never work with anyone who humiliated him in that way. Harrowmont would have no fear of meeting with you then.
I don't want to start picking sides without really knowing what's going on.
Then I'm afraid your only choice is to wait until there's a winner. Lord Harrowmont cannot risk his life working with someone of unproven loyalties. If you change your mind, let me know. The proving is this afternoon, and Lord Harrowmont could certainly use you on his side.
For the love of Christ.
Thief! Who would dare take from the memories?
When I last walked this hall, Endrin was king and Orzammar was at peace. The memories often speak of the swiftness with which change overtakes us. But it is different to see it firsthand. I apologize, Warden. I should not burden a stranger with such thoughts. I am Zebor, the Shaper of Memories.
Shaper of Memories?
The Shaperate guards Orzammar's knowledge. We have preserved in Lyrium all of the records of Dwarven history. The memories record all. They are how we know to which family a child owes life, how we trace lost ties. They ensure we forget nothing of our past, good or bad.
I would like your permission to have a chantry opened here.
That is an odd request, especially for one so new to our city.
I come on behalf of Brother Burkle, a cleric of Redcliffe.
I thought so. This is not the first time he's made this plea. My answer to Brother Burkle hasn't changed. So I ask you the same. On what basis would you have me insult the ancestors and overturn 2,000 years of tradition?
Would you rather wait for a human army to convert you? No, the chantry's charities could greatly aid Orzammar.
What sort of charities do you mean?
Well, the Chantry could provide work for the castless.
I am not certain this is in Orzamar's best interests. Our castes have served us well, but it's possible this service could benefit our people. Very well, he may hold a prayer meeting as he requested, if not build a new temple to his god. At least the words would come from one of our own. Now, is there anything more?
Nope. Thank you for your
I
time.
will record this conversation in the memories. I hope I do not come to regret it.
Too bad there will be no conversion with human armies on this day.
Warden, I'm outraged. A thief in the Shapered. What have we been reduced to?
Did you get a good look at him?
I did. He was bald, with the most garish brand across his head. Almost like he took pride in being castless. Imagine. He's probably in the slums somewhere. As if he'd find a buyer for a stolen tome in Dust Town. They couldn't know the value.
Well, knowing my luck, I'll wind up there eventually. So I'll look into it then.
Oh, pardon me. Were you looking for a particular volume? Not that I could really help. I don't know the libraries very well. I'm just doing some research.
What kind of research?
I was looking for something about the Orton Tig. It was lost during the last Blight, and there aren't many records left. They were a noble house once, descended from the Paragon Orton, who composed the grand epic of the Seven Brothers and the Ortonic Symphony. My mother's family believes they were descended from Kalana Orton, who was training in Orzammar when the Tig fell. I'm even named for the house, Orta. Unfortunately, any records would be buried in the Tig's ruins, somewhere in the deep roads.
I am a Grey Warden. I'm gonna be going there eventually, in all likelihood, so I could look for him.
A Grey Warden? Mother always said that if anyone could find the Tig, it was the Wardens. I hear Prince Balin and Lord Harrimont have both been sending out small teams these days. Yes, if you can find the Tig in any records, that could do it. That could prove I'm a noble. If you could. Maybe now that you're looking. It's almost too much to hope.
Okay then.
Right.
Ooh. Well, honestly, I trust Harrimon's guy far more than Balin's. Because at least he gave a trail that could lead to some evidence.
Is Lord Balin?
So I'll talk with him.
Do you see how things lie, Warden? Lord Harrimont cannot trust you unproven, but he welcomes a good faith gesture.
Vartag wants me to show people that Harrimont is a cheat.
That you spoke to him even after our discussion is not reassuring.
What do you mean
have you
after?
decided to earn my lord's trust, or will you throw your lot in with the snakes?
You literally talked to me right after I left the place. It was very clearly before. I'll enter the proving and see what the others withdrew.
Excellent. The arena is located off the Commons. Talk to the Proving Master and tell him you're entering Lord Harrimon's roster. The key fighters we lost were Guidon and Beisel. You can look for them in the fighters' preparation chambers behind the ring. And be sure it's before the fights begin. After the first bout, no one may change the roster. If you need to find me again, I will wait in the Tapster's Tavern off the Commons. There is no better place to hear gossip. Perhaps even word of your victory.
But I'll look around first. I doubt I'll find anything of importance, but...
House Harrimont is honored to have you here.
Okay, you see, that's the kind of attitude I'm looking for. We're honored to have you here.
You must be under great strain with the blight upon the land. I will pray to the stone for you.
Well, that's a bit rude. We're honored to have you here, immediately stands on their table. Also, I'm gonna take this crossbow. Okay. alcohol, insufficient skill. Okay, anyways. How much strength do I have? Okay.
It'll be 2 years tomorrow. By all the holy sodding ancestors, how can you people just ignore that?
Bronca didn't go alone, Onward. She took the whole house, everybody but you. So just get over to Tapster's and drown yourself already. You know as well as I do, that's how this always ends.
You think I'm afraid of some cub warrior who's barely off the teat? I'll...
You lift a weapon or attack a single citizen in Orzammar, and you're stripped of your caste and exiled. Even you can't have forgotten that. Get out of here before I call a guardsman.
Really? What about that guy who straight up killed someone at the door? So much for being stripped of your caste and thrown out. Maybe they just hate redheads.
Have you seen my lunch? I'm only asking because you never know who's going to get hungry.
Okay. You'll just look for that yourself.
Well, don't go eating anything you find. You hear me?
I'm just gonna leave. Thank you.
So, I've been hearing rumors that a certain wine merchant is falling behind on his payments.
I can't imagine what you mean. I pay my expenses.
What about the expenses your good friend Jarvia incurs when providing your protection? It's not easy ensuring nothing bad happens, that no one decides to just burn everything in your store.
My store! Please, I don't have much. Business isn't good. People are scared. Tell Jarvia I'll get her money.
Jarvia is not happy with your promises, old man. Now let's go inside and see what you've been holding back.
This should be easy enough. This is all I have right now. I could get more if I sell something.
Well, well, looks like we have a visitor. Friend of yours?
Is there a problem here, friend? Are these men threatening you?
Please, don't get involved with this. You don't know what they're like.
Then allow me to make some introductions. These are dangerous times in Orzammar, stranger. Lucky us, the merciful Jarvia is offering protection from the chaos. You're wearing some fancy stuff there. Might make you a target. So if you want the Carta's guarantee of safety, it's yours for the reasonable price of 10 gold sovereigns. Or I can't say what might happen.
Take a good look. Do you really want to start this?
Whoa, whoa. All right, you win. I'm not gonna die for 10 lousy sovereigns.
Good, get the fuck out. Bunch of nerds. Okay, I want alcohol.
Ancestors, bless you for saving my poor store. I don't know how to express my gratitude.
You could start by letting me look around your store.
I'm showing you the lowest prices I can afford, I assure you.
He doesn't have booze. What the hell? Dwarf without a beard is just a joke. Yeah, he doesn't have any booze. He does have a greater health poultice recipe, though. I'll take it.
You do not truly think I look as my mother does, do you?
Have you really been thinking about that all this time?
I am simply curious.
And not insecure in the slightest, I'm sure.
I think I look nothing like her.
I don't know. Give it a few hundred years and it'll be a spot-on match.
I said that I look nothing like her.
All right, got it. Totally different. I see that now.
You see, knowing what I get to do much later in the game actually makes their bickering much more enjoyable.
This is so exciting.
The Proving Grounds. Bloodsport entertainment for the masses, at its best.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna go get Ogren first, now that I can.
You are very beautiful, Morrigan.
Tell me something I do not know.
But you are always dressed in such rags. It suits you, I suppose. A little tear here, a little rip there to show some skin. I understand.
You understand I lived in a forest, I hope?
Maybe we could get you in a nice dress one day. Silk. No, maybe velvet. Velvet is heavier, better to guard against the cold in Ferelden. Dark red velvet. Yes. With gold embroidery. It should be cut low in the front, of course. We don't want to hide your features.
Stop looking at my breasts like that. 'Tis most disturbing.
You don't think so? And if it's cut low in the front, we must put your hair up. Show off that lovely neck.
You are insane. I would sooner let Alistair dress me.
It'll be fun, I promise. We'll get some shoes too. Shoes! We could go shopping together.
Leliana, if you keep up with that, Alistair is gonna get very horny, and you'll have to hit him with the bats. So, you better stop.
Andraste teaches that patience is the child of wisdom, but I'm eager to hear if you've seen the Shaper.
Yes, she's agreed to let you hold your meetings.
Oh, praise the Maker! You truly walk in the light, friend. I already found a convert among the merchants who offered his shop as a temporary chantry. It's just by the tapsters. Please, come to our first service.
You know, I'm sure Leliana would love that.
Did you need something else, Warden? With 52 types of ale, 17 types of mead, and a dozen imported wines, we should be able to serve your needs. What do you have?
Let's get everyone some beer again.
Someone's feeling generous. A round of Valentis Red for everyone. This, my friend, is the Paragon of Ales. The best your money can buy. Enjoy.
Gotta make everyone love me so I can induct them all into the Grey Wardens and throw them against the blight.
What do you want? Hey, I heard about you. Grey Warden, coming from the surface. Great crisis in the world. People are saying how you've thrown yourself on Harrowmont's wagon train. I figured you'd be the one, you know, who could help me find Branka. But I guess you're just like all the rest.
My only concern is raising allies against the blight.
You don't need a king to face a blight. You need a paragon. The Assembly elects them, but they're higher than the Assembly. They become nobles, but they're more than anyone born to a house. They're what every dwarf with a spine not made of soap dreams of being.
Must Branka one of them?
City's only living paragon, and she's been lost in the deep roads for 2 years. 2 years, and no one's raised a bleeding army to go look for her. What's it matter to you, huh? You trying to find out her secrets? That what Harrowmont sent you here for? I know he's been poking around, trying to find things out about her, what she was looking for. Won't tell me spit, though. He looking to take it for himself? A little lost technology of the ancients to throw Balin right out of the picture?
Sounds pretty personal for you.
Aye, of course. I'm her bleeding husband, aren't I? She left me here and took our entire house when she left. Is that what you're looking for? Well, there it is. Fine. You keep on your errands. Until your boss really commits to looking, you're getting nothing but smoke out of old Ogren.
Really? Come on,
Sod
Ogren.
off, Duster.
Fine. You be that way. I must be carrying like 5 dog-sized rats on me right now. Let's go drop them off at the guy first. Here, another one. How many am I carrying? 5. Awesome. Of course, when I said that, I was carrying 4, but let's just not acknowledge that. Okay, I guess that was the last one then.
You're the best wrangler I've ever seen. But there's more out there. You're the best You're the a trust Vala, my nug wrangling friend.
Yep, that's what that squeaking was, Snugs. Apparently there's still more, though.
All right, I've come up with one. A question that you can't answer.
Are you talking to me?
That's right. You think you're so smart. I've got an academic question that I bet you won't be able to answer.
Oh, I doubt that.
So tell me then, what was the name of Andraste's husband?
This is a religious question, not an academic one.
You're joking, right? A 5-year-old could answer that question. Do you not know more than a child?
I care nothing for your religion, and this game of yours is over.
Oh, how the mighty have crumbled.
I seriously cannot wait for the ending of this game. That's one ending that I've never pursued. No spoilers, but... What is this way?
This is a private area. Combatants only.
Yep.
The proving will begin shortly. I'm sure you can find a place in the stands. Or were you here to take part in the fight?
Actually, I'd like to fight as Lord Haramon's champion.
Well, that's a surprise. Never thought the Grey Wardens would take an interest in our king. Let me just put you into the schedule here. Now, is there a particular name you wish listed?
Call me whatever you like.
We'll just call you Grey Warden, seeing as those human names are a real burr to pronounce. We actually have an opening in the first round. Are you ready to start?
I have a few things I'd like to do first.
Come back soon. You'll be fighting the bout as soon as both fighters are ready.
Okay, let's see what was that about.
Look, I already told the Proving Master I withdrew. Do you have to keep harassing me?
I've never seen you before in my life.
Nor I you, but it's pretty obvious who you're working for.
Well, that's just rude. Are you Basil Harriman?
I am. So if you're not here to... How do you know who I am?
Harriman's hurt that his own cousin would walk out on him. No, if you tell me what's happening, I could help you.
Look, it's just, when I was younger, I had a thing with this Idukan girl, Revelka. Lesser cousin, nowhere near the throne. Her family wanted her marrying up, so they matched her with a BMO. But we didn't exactly stop seeing each other.
And now Balin's found out.
I thought we were discreet, but she's married to a Desher's heir. He'd kill me if he knew. So I have to slink out of here like some worthless brand for fear Balin will tell the whole city.
What evidence does Balin have?
They have letters. Love letters Revelka wrote me. If they were made public, she'd be disgraced. Her husband would cast her aside, and I would be lucky to be allowed to die in a duel.
Did Balin threaten you himself?
No. One of his fighters, a woman named Miaja, she's the one who threatened to expose me.
Would you fight again if your secret was safe?
There's no way to guarantee that. I appreciate the thought, but they really have me over a shaft here.
Well, not to be an insensitive dick, but I quite frankly disagree with the caste system, so I don't really mind helping him out. I can get those letters back.
You do that? I don't know how to thank you. I know it's my own fault, but I'd have married her if I could. If you can make sure that evidence doesn't get out, I'd be happy to fight in the proving. But you need to find them quickly. Registrations close once the first bout starts.
And he said, Miaja. Okay.
You must be the Grey Warden. Luke John said one of you signed up.
They said the Warden's here to fight for Harriman.
I guess we'll have to show what kind of tricks we learn in Orzammar.
I'm not too worried. Like, I had to kiss up to self-proclaimed kings like Balin.
I think the Warden's insulting our king.
And here we plan to go easy on you.
I'm not worried.
You will be.
We promise.
Here, Liliana, it's time for you to work your magic.
Ready.
Alright, come on, nerds. We want to at least pretend we weren't in there. Here you go, Basil.
Proving's almost starting. I should leave if you haven't found anything.
Have your letters right here.
Where did you get those? No, I don't want to know. Just thank you. I can't say what it means to know my Revelka is safe.
Can never turn away a man in love.
I will be glad to fight for Harriman in the provings. Thank you again, friend.
Alright. I am going to get nice drink. Nice drink. I'm gonna go get nice to drink, and I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Okay. Let's find out who else got blackmailed.
You new in the fights? I don't remember seeing you before.
Are you one of the fighters?
Was. Name's Guidon, and I just tendered my resignation. Somehow I don't think the ancestors will favor me today.
Doolin asked me to talk to you.
I bet he did. That man thinks nothing is beneath him. Well, you could just tell him I had my reasons. It's not so much what happened, as what's going to. I heard from a reliable source Lord Harriman's already given up the throne. Balin called this whole proving to let his lordship save face when he concedes.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Harriman isn't conceding.
Oh? And where did you hear this that's more reliable than a member of the Assembly?
Doolin, and I'm rallying honorable fighters for Harriman's.
I suppose there's nothing his lordship would do without consulting Doolin. He's always been his top man. Maybe you're right. I'm just a warrior. I've always tried to stay out of these noble politics. If I find out this whole thing was some flunky of Balin's lying to me for his own gain, I'll...
Get back in the proving and knock some fucking heads.
Maybe I will at that.
Fine to see you here, Warden. A number of people have told me they hope to see you in the provings. It's a rare opportunity to
I
fight
forgot
against...
to switch scenes. My bad.
You'd take
Whoops.
part in some informal action.
Informal? You mean illegal?
Assembly restricted, not illegal. All that ritual lets nobles rationalize it's not a blood sport. They don't like commoners using the arena for petty squabbles. Some of us prefer an honest spectacle.
Yeah,
And
I'll
sometimes
laugh it
someone
up.
needs a good beating, and all that talking gets in the way.
My defense, I have an iced drink. What do you have in mind?
Say the word and I'll line up a team from one of the younger houses. They don't often get a chance to test themselves in the provings. They're a hungry bunch who employ unusual tactics. Understand that there's no concern for fairness here. Your battles will be hard won.
Who am I facing? Do I get
The younger houses are interested in unorthodox tactics. Many hire mercenaries to augment traditional strengths. Anything goes is a fair description. We give small payouts, maybe a bonus from time to time, but this isn't about money. It's about skill and the chance to show it.
Come back for some action later.
I'll be here.
Never understood why everyone thinks the Grey Wardens are so great. Prince Balin will be happy to hear I've flattened you into the dirt.
Keep flapping your tongue and I'll cut it off for you.
Watch yourself, if you want to make it to the ring.
You looking at something?
Greetings, uncouth of the Grey Warden.
Don't take it personally. Hana-shan's a member of the Silent Sisters. She doesn't talk to anyone.
What are the Silent Sisters?
They're an order of female warriors, founded by Astith the Grey, a woman of the warrior caste who first fought for women's right to be soldiers. When no one listened to her words, Astith cut out her tongue and dedicated herself to training until she won a grand proving bare-handed. The women who joined her order cut out their tongues in her honor.
That's a bit excessive. Whose side are you two on?
The Silent Sisters support the sitting king. They are loyal servants to the Idukans.
Yeah, I'm on the side that kills the Blight.
Then you have lost. Even in the ring, every man and woman brings an army if people support them. But she who fights without cause is only training.
Well, fuck you then. You have already lost against the Blight. Thank you. I always wanted to hear
Do
that.
not disturb me. I must meditate before my fight.
Okay, is there anyone else I should be speaking to? It goes on like those two guys.
Ready for some unofficial training opportunities?
Set me up with the team battle.
We've got some young fighters ready to go. This will be difficult, I assure you.
Alright, Morgan. A blood mage? Really?
Directly.
What do you mean she resisted a fucking fireball?
Show me what you've got.
Alright, sorry Alistair and Liliana, but it has to be done. And Alistair and Liliana. Well, can't say I didn't expect that.
I am ready. I am in danger! Do something!
No mercy!
Easy.
Good job, Warden. You've earned a portion of the receipts. Let me know if you want to go again.
I'll come back later.
I'll be here.
12 silver. That was not worth it. Alright, it's time to kick some ass, I hope. I guess we'll find out.
Good, you're back. I was about to start looking for you. Are you ready to fight? Remember, once the fight begins, the roster is final. No new additions are accepted, and all withdrawals are marked as losses.
What are the rules?
Fight start at the gong and go to first blood. No eye gouging, no groin pulls. The rules of each bout will be announced when it starts. You should be comfortable with normal weapons and lyrium enhanced weapons, in single combat, pairs, or battle units. Are you ready to start?
Ready and eager.
That's what I like to hear. I will warn you, though. This is your last chance to make preparations or meet the competition. Once the fights begin, there are no new additions to the roster. All withdrawals are treated as losses and a sign of the ancestors' disfavor. Do you want to start, or would you like some time? The fighters' quarters are behind the ring.
What are you waiting for? It's fine.
Go down to the ring, then. I'll be right there. This is a glory proving, fought under the eyes of the Paragons of Orzammar to honor the memory of King Endrin. First up is Sewern of the Warrior Caste. Many of you remember when Sewern made history as a lad of 12 by defeating his own father in this very ring. Today, he fights as a champion for Prince Balin. Opposing him, in Lord Heramont's name, is a member of the famed Grey Wardens.
In the name of House Iduken and our future King Balin.
Well, it's time to kick the ass of some kids.
First warrior to fall is vanquished. Fight!
Jeez. Alright.
As you wish.
Without even taking much
The
of a
winner
hit.
is the Grey Warden! That was an exciting start, Warden. Swearn is rarely trounced, and so thoroughly. Are you ready for your next opponent?
I'll tear out his spine. Who's my next opponent?
Next, you're up against Miaja and Lukejan. As twins, they've always been allowed to fight as a single person. They're warrior caste, but their mother was a smith, so watch out for Miaja's hammer. And don't forget Lukejan. Most fighters do, and end up with a knife in their spine. Are you ready to begin?
In a little bit.
Watch yourself. This crowd will only wait so long.
Not gonna lie, that doesn't sound particularly fair.
Good, you're back. I was about to start looking for you. Are you ready to fight? The crowd is eager to see another victory.
Let's do this.
Go down to the ring then. I'll be right there. This is a glory proving, fought under the eyes of the Paragons of Orzammar to honor the memory of King Endrin. This round, Heramont's champion takes on the notorious duo, the warrior caste twin terrors, now fighting for Prince Balin, Miaja and Lukejan.
May the stone honor you.
When you fall.
Sure, and may the dirt taste good when I feed it to you.
First warrior to fall is vanquished. Fight!
Okay, I'm gonna take out Lukejan first.
You're mine! Excellent!
The winner is the Grey Warden! Well, that was an exciting bout. 2-on-1, and you took them both easily. Are you ready for your next opponent?
Who will he be?
Well, this bout should be quick and dirty. You'll be fighting Hanashan, one of the legendary Silent Sisters. She's a ferocious fighter, and dedicated enough to cut out her own tongue. Are you ready to begin?
Want me to the ring?
All right then, I'll see you out there. This is a glory proving, fought under the eyes of the Paragons of Orzammar to honor the memory of King Endrin. Heramont's champion has held the field so far, but how will he do against one of the legendary Silent Sisters? We'll find out as the Warden faces Lady Hanashan, who proved her worth to Paragon Ashtith the Grey by cutting out her own tongue. And to our Prince Balin by fighting in his name.
Self-mutilation's supposed to frighten me. Good luck to you.
First warrior to fall is vanquished. Fight!
Warden senses tingling.
Ow.
It's either you or me, and it isn't gonna be me.
The winner is the Grey Warden!
I'm absolutely tearing through this.
The Silent Sister support was a great boost for Balin. Are you ready for your next opponent?
Tear out his spine.
Excellent! Let us go. This is a glory proving, fought under the eyes of the Paragons of Orzammar to honor the memory of King Endrin. This round is paired combat. Just as Kiakshet fought as King Bloodlik II, defending our empire, so have dwarves always fought alongside a second. Master of all weapons, prisoner of none, Wojciech Ivo has never won the same way twice. What will he do today, lords and ladies? And will it win the day for Prince Balin? Grey Warden, choose your second, for you face Wojciech Ivo and Valans.
At no second, I will fight alone.
Last one standing will be declared victor. Fight!
Which of them is going to be worse? I'll go after this one first.
You can't win!
Let's get started.
The winner is the Grey Warden! Wojciech Ivo is one of the best this arena has seen, Warden. Harriman picked wisely. Are you ready for your next opponent?
Who is my next opponent?
This is the championship round. A full squad-on-squad combat. Piotr Naidukan leads the same team he's taken to victory in over a dozen Deep Roads expeditions. Are you ready to face the final test?
Let's do it.
May the ancestors choose wisely. This is a glory proving, fought under the eyes of the Paragons of Orzammar to honor the memory of King Endrin. Only 2 warriors remain. Fighting for his royal cousin Balin, Piotr Naidukan has led his team to triumph over every unit so far. Challenging him on behalf of Lord Harriman, the Grey Warden has risen from nothing to stand at the competition's summit. Each will lead a full unit of 4 soldiers to see once and for all whom the ancestors favor.
You fight well, but your judgment is questionable. The throne will never leave House Idukan.
Basil, why don't join me for this triumph?
You honor me.
Last one standing will be declared victor. Fight!
Okay. I guess I'll focus down Piotr.
Let's get started.
Ow. Immediately knocked on my ass. Thirst. Okay.
Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a
chance? Get wrecked. I charged through that way too quickly.
Good, you're back. The crowd is eager to see another victory. Go down. This round, Harriman's champion takes on the notorious.
When you fall.
Yeah, that's basically what's going on. We are fighting to help make our guy king.
We fight as one.
Perhaps more importantly, we're fighting to prove our loyalty to him.
Stay still.
Ow. Okay.
The winner is the Grey Warden! Well, are you ready for your next opponent?
I'm gonna be saving each of them now.
Good, you're back. Are you? The crowd is eager to see another. And
time for some fun.
the winner is the Grey Warden! Paramount will be pleased. Are you ready for your next opponent? Master Grey Warden, choose your second, for you face Wojciech Ivo and Valans.
I'll go with Wyvern,
Trust
actually.
humbles me.
Last one standing will be declared victor. Fight!
I'll show you who's the best fighter here. It's either you or me. It's gonna be me. Show me what you got. Come on, here's what we know.
The winner is the Grey Warden! Wojciech Ivo is one of the best this arena has seen, Warden. Are you ready for your next opponent? Very well. Good, you're back. I was about to start looking for you. Are you ready to fight? The crowd is eager to see another victory.
Need to give it to
Go
them.
down to the ring then. This is a only two.
You fight well, but your judgment is questionable. The throne will
Okay, yeah. Anyways.
time for a little sleep. Only one. So stand. Just die already.
Ow. Just knocked on my ass immediately. I'm stunned, even. Okay, everyone go after this guy.
Shall be mine.
Morgan, use a fireball on these two. Everyone else continue focusing on him. And I let myself get down again. Okay.
You cannot win. Another battle, I see.
Jesus. I like how everyone has hit like wet noodles up until this point. And now I'm just getting decimated every time.
Off I go.
Okay.
All right.
Luckily we have Alistair. If he's not good for anything else, he's at least good for being a sandbag.
All right. Let's go. Down you go.
Oh, he was stunned. Wonderful. Here, use a vulnerability hex. And lightning. Alistair heal.
Let's grab some glory.
Okay.
No.
Here we go.
The
Easy
winner
enough.
is the Grey Warden!
What happened to me?
Congratulations! You defeated the man Prince Trian himself once called the Horns of my army. Do you deny this Grey Warden has earned the championship? Then it is my honor to declare this Grey Warden champion of the Proving, who has shown that the ancestors favor Lord Heremont.
Are we done then? Because I could use a drink.
Spoken like a true warrior!
Easy peasy. Except for the one time I
You
died.
showed them. The ancestors are smiling on Lord Heremont today.
Not bad for a surfacer.
When my arm heals, you watch out, Duster.
Ancestors watch over your path.
I mean, technically speaking, it is the first try that succeeded. So, it is in fact the first try, from a starting point of view.
That was an excellent showing. We were honored by your participation, Warden.
Does Basil have anything to say?
Congratulations and well fought. My cousin was wise to choose you.
Okay.
Do you have any tales of the wilds?
None of the sort you like. No princesses in tall towers or knights throwing themselves at whole armies.
That's not all I like.
Do you want tales of the chastened wilders who dwell in the marsh? Do you want to hear of the slow deaths they inflict on their enemies? Perhaps a tale of the poisonous creatures of the wilds that lay their eggs on your skin so their young may eat you alive when hatched? Or a tale of my mother's marsh cuisine? That, in my opinion, is the most terrifying of all my tales.
No, I don't want to hear about those things.
Then I have no tales for you.
Anyways, hopefully Harold has something for me.
You have come at a difficult time. Orzammar is
Lord Balin suspected of personally defacing statues of the Paragons. Shut.
Easy enough.
Where is he? Expected to be greeted by
If
him.
you're looking for Lord Dulin Forender,
Oh,
you'll
right.
find
He's
him
at
in
the...
Tapstools, taking his...
He's at the tavern.
They're everywhere. I can't take it. What? Get away. You'll change like the rest. Monsters hidden in all my friends.
What are you talking about?
Follow you. Once you are in the story, they possess your friends and follow. See? I found copies. All from the same pen and older than the ones in song. Dormant my ass. Take them. I want out. I won't disappear chasing a lie. I won't.
Unbound. The writers follow after every town ever since my lucky break, deciphering the story. I see it now, how they take the locals closest to me, preventing rest or kinship. I thought this was a road to glory, but I am dogged at every step by his talents. Yax King curses his name the day I heard it. Journal excerpt from an unnamed, long-dead adventurer. 3 weathered parchments with 3 versions of the same incomplete story. Excerpt, and when his kingdom fell, so disappeared the stolen riches of an age. The beast, the unbound, dormant until one of true spirits claims his throne. So must hunt the hero of his people, the principled who would search for an ancient evil. This is how they can make a real difference. Scribble in the corner in his shaky hand. 3 pages, 3 ages, same story updated. Same as the tavern song, but older signature torn on purpose, but comparing yet film Madon. All from him. How?
Atrasvala, champion. I hear your performance in the proving was nothing short of amazing. I must thank you for bringing both Baisel and Guidon back into the fight. His lordship was touched to see his old friends stand for him. There can no longer be any doubt where your sympathies lie. If you're ready, Lord Harrowmont will see you now.
Excellent. Lead the way.
His lordship is looking forward to meeting you.
I appreciate what you have done, Warden, and I apologize for putting one of your rank through such trials. I am Lord Pyral Harrowmont, and I thank you for your efforts to help me preserve King Endrin's throne.
Why would Endrin prefer you over his own son?
You may not know the story, but Balin is actually the youngest of three. Endrin's eldest, Trian, was murdered in the Deep Roads not a year ago. His middle son was found standing over the body and was exiled. But I've always found it suspicious that Balin knew just where to look. Endrin loved his sons too much to voice such suspicions. But he knew Balin's only interest in ruling was to further his own power.
Balin's men say you planted those suspicions.
Balin resents me because I did not believe his setup. I wanted a full investigation, a trial, not this knee-jerk reaction. It speaks poorly of Balin that Endrin himself was the first to think that he should not be trusted.
You believe he'd be a better king than him?
I have never sought the throne. My role was to serve Endrin, first as his advisor, then as an elected Desher in the Assembly. Harrowmont has never been king, and I always assumed Trian would rule after his father. But both Endrin and my colleagues have asked me to step up, and I will not back down when Orzammar needs me.
Just spit out what I need to do to get your help as king.
Ultimately, the Assembly decides what troops to send. If they no longer fear civil war, they'll have no reason to hold back. If you want my support to count, I will have to be king. And right now, there is no sure way to get there. Have you heard of a woman named Jarvia and the criminal carter she runs?
Take him out, you get take credits. Is that the plan?
Glad you're so eager. If you help me shut her down, we can show the Assembly I am the right king to defend Orzammar. Jarvia hides her base in Dust Town, the raw edges of the city where no one lives but castless and criminals. If you would help me in this, it would show the Assembly that I, and not Balin, have the ability to defend and rule this city.
I'll deal with Jarvia. Be ready to help against the Blight.
Do this, and I promise if I take the throne, I will not stop until the Assembly sends your troops. Look for Jarvia in Dust Town. Do whatever it takes to see that justice is served.
Okay then.
Lord Balin swears revenge on Grey Wardens. He is like a mad surfacer dog, say insiders.
Have you seen my lunch? I'm only...
Nope, I still haven't seen it. Wasn't this guy willing to buy my stuff for more?
Ancestors, bless you for saving my poor store. I don't know how to express my gratitude.
No, he wasn't. Okay.
Ancestors, bless you for saving
What do you know about this Jarvia?
I've never met her, of course. They say she never leaves Dusttown. That's the older area of the city where the casteless congregate. She's the one directing this depravity. Since good King Endrin died, they're getting bolder. They used to be a problem only in Dusttown, but now they're in the commons, shaking honest men down for coin.
What you know about her, Carta?
A band of casteless thugs. They're to blame for all the crime in Orzammar these days. They're criminals, and the children of criminals. The ancestors themselves declared them irredeemable.
Their children as well, you'd go that far?
Their births are abominations. They were born from no Kalna, with no acknowledgement by the Shapers. They are destined to be criminals. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm grateful for your help, but I don't think we have any more to talk about.
Yeah, well, I have a better beard than you do. This looks like it's gonna be trouble.
Harrowmont has... Sucker the warning. Balin will not allow it. Armed and dangerous. Ready for action.
Oh, jeez. This is not going well. I have to admit. I wish they'd stop resisting my fireballs. Okay, I've got to get Mind Blast back. Okay, Mind Blast, heal, and Fireball.
I am done with that one. So be it.
Ready.
Jesus. Fireball, best ball. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's go here. Here, Lelion, I'm sure you're excited for this.
Welcome to what will soon be Orzammar's first chantry. The chant of light will reach all corners of the world. We will never forget who made this possible.
Alright, I've got to take a call real quick. I'm sure Alright, say about the unexpected break. I had a call that I really had to take. I'll never forget who made this possible. Okay. Good. I expect a plaque on the door.
I will, see what I can do.
Is that another Nug? Yeah, it is. Here you go. Here's your Nug.
You're the best wrangler I've ever seen. But there's more out there.
I'm wondering, Morrigan, do you believe in the Maker?
Certainly not. I've no primitive fear of the moon, such that I must place my faith in tales so that I may sleep at night.
But this can't all be an accident. Spirits, magic, all these wondrous things around us, both dark and light. You know these things exist.
The fact of their existence does not presuppose an intelligent design by some absentee father figure.
So it is all random then. A happy coincidence that we are all here.
Attempting to impose order over chaos is futile. Nature is, by its very nature, chaotic.
I don't believe that. I believe we have a purpose. All of us.
Yours, apparently, being to bother me.
Now that's a thing of beauty, daughter. If you work hard like Branka, all Orzammar will know your name.
Mother, I don't want to be like her.
Don't say that! Not to me, not to anyone. Now get back to the forge. I want to see more details.
Yes, Mother.
That's a bit rude.
You and your friends are formidable folk, indeed. It's good to have you along on the road.
Let me see what you've got, Bodon.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
For some reason, I don't believe he's actually giving me a discount. Yeah, that's another possibility. I need to find a good helmet. I'm gonna have a chat with all my camp members.
What do you wish of me? If you must.
Is Flemeth really what she seems to be?
Well, that depends, does it not? What does she seem to be?
A nutty old bat.
Sometimes I do wonder the very same thing. Tell me, how much do you know of the tale? The one that the chastened still tell of my mother, to frighten them into obedience.
I didn't even know there was such a thing.
Ah, I see. That does explain much. I can relay what Flemeth once told me herself, and you can decide whether or not 'tis the truth, if you desire.
That sounds interesting.
As the tale is sung by the bards, there was a time when Flemeth was young and beautiful, a fair lass in a land of barbarian men, the desire of any who saw her.
How long ago was this?
Many centuries, before this land was even named Ferelden. The tales say that Flemeth fell in love with Osen the Bard, and fled the castle of her husband, the dread Lord Conabar, and that he swore vengeance for her infidelity. In truth, my mother claims that 'twas Osen who was her husband, and Conabar the jealous lord who looked on from afar. Lord Conabar approached young Osen and offered him wealth and power in exchange for his lovely wife, and Osen agreed.
He sold his wife to another man.
The life of a bard is a poor one, and love fades in the wake of hunger. 'Twas Flemeth who suggested the arrangement. All would have been well had Lord Conabar kept his end of the bargain. But he was a foul man who bargained with coin he did not possess. Osen was led off to a field and slain, left for dead. Flemeth spoke to the spirits and learned of the deed, and swore revenge.
So she truly loved Osen, then?
That was not the point. Conabar had no honor, so she would not have him. Flemeth begged the spirits to aid her, and 'twas they who slew Conabar. The demon the legend tells of came later. Lord Conabar's allies chased Flemeth, you see, chased her to the wilds, and there she hid. There she found the demon, and he made her strong. The legends all speak of the great hero Cormac, he who defeated Flemeth and her great army when she invaded the lowlands centuries later. All lies.
Which she never invaded, or he never defeated her.
The truth of the matter is that there was never an invasion. As Flemeth tells it, the Chastened never raised an army under her banner, and she never fought with any warrior named Cormac. Cormac led a brutal civil war against his own people, and later claimed it was to vanquish evil that had taken root amongst the lords. Thus, he was hailed a hero. Flemeth was only attached to the legend much later. Perhaps 'twas due to the Great War with the Chastened that eventually came, but Mother claims not to know how it began.
Aren't abominations usually insane horrors?
How often is this usually? Always? If not always, then when is it not true? There are more things in this world and the next than you or I could ever hope to understand. What Flemeth became is a mystery. I suspect, even to her.
The legend tells of Flemeth having many daughters.
You ask if I have sisters. I have asked of this myself. The stories tell of many witches of the wilds after all, not just the one. And these tales existed long before I did. Flemeth refuses to speak of other daughters, if they existed. So, should I believe I am her first? I doubt that too.
Would she refuse to speak of them?
The Chastened tell of a falling out between Flemeth and her daughters. They say that one day she hunted them all through the wilds and ate their hearts. It may be true. I have never seen another witch or heard of one. Perhaps one day Flemeth will eat my heart as well.
Any ideas as to how Plymouth has survived for so long?
The demon within her has transformed her into something else. An abomination, perhaps some would say. I know not. I only know my mother is clever, and she is part of the wilds as it is part of her. But she is no immortal. She bleeds. A blade in her heart would kill her like any other, were it lucky enough to find her.
Do you believe her version?
I do not believe everything that Flemeth claims. Oft it seems her bitterness has colored her memories. But on the whole, yes, I believe this tale, if not all.
An interesting story, thank you.
Flemeth tells it with far more embellishment than I, but you are welcome. Dare I ask of your own mother? Few are abominations of legend, 'tis true, but I find myself curious nevertheless.
My mother died recently, in fact. I like how I can say that both out of character and in character.
Ah, then you have my sympathies for what it is worth. Which is very little, I am certain. It matters not. Let us move on.
Relatively recently, anyways.
Yes.
I have a question.
I am hardly surprised.
Actually, never mind. Why did you come to Ferelden?
To answer a question.
What was the answer?
Were you not at Ostagar when the army was overwhelmed? That is your answer.
Okay. Don't you have to report back then?
Yes.
Well, I can see you're right on top of that. When are you going to do that?
Never. I cannot go home.
Why not? Well, you can stay with us.
Thank you. Can we move on? We keep the Darkspawn waiting.
Let's go.
As you wish.
What is your problem? Literally nothing has happened. Chill. Come on. Come on. Everything will be okay. Alright.
What do you need?
I'd like to ask you something, Alistair.
Ask away.
So you said you were raised by the Chantry?
Did I say that? I meant that dogs raised me. Giant slobbering dogs from the Anderfells. A whole pack of them, in fact.
That would explain the smell.
Well, it wasn't until I was 8 that I discovered you didn't have to lick yourself clean. Old habits die hard, you know.
So does a word of Darkspawn, I'm told.
Point taken. Let's see, how do I explain this? I'm a bastard. And before you make any smart comments, I mean the fatherless kind. My mother was a serving girl in Redcliffe Castle who died when I was very young. Arleman wasn't my father, but he took me in anyhow and put a roof over my head. He was good to me, and he didn't have to be. I respect the man, and I don't blame him anymore for sending me off to the Chantry once I was old enough.
It wasn't your father, so you know who is.
I know who I was told was my father. He died even before my mother did, anyhow. It isn't important. Arleman eventually married a young woman from Orlais, which caused all sorts of problems between him and the king because it was so soon after the war. But he loved her. Anyhow, then you, Arlessa, resented the rumors which pegged me as his bastard. They weren't true, but of course they existed. The Isle didn't care, but she did. So off I was packed to the nearest monastery at age 10, just as well. The Arlessa made sure the castle wasn't a home to me by that point. She despised me.
That sounds like a pretty awful thing to do to a child.
Maybe. She felt threatened by my presence, I can see that now. I can't say I blame her. She wondered if the rumors were true herself, I bet. I remember I had an amulet with Andraste's holy symbol on it. The only thing I had of my mother's. I was so furious at being sent away, I tore it off and threw it at the wall and it shattered. Stupid, stupid thing to do. The Jarl came by the monastery a few times to see how I was, but I was stubborn. I hated it there, and blamed him for everything. And eventually, he just stopped coming.
And do you think he'll help us?
I think so, yes. This news we've heard about him being sick disturbs me, though. I wonder if we won't discover that Loghain has come to the same conclusion as we have. Anyway, that's really all there is to the story.
It's okay, Alistair.
Here I am.
Can I answer some questions?
Oh, this should be good. Go ahead.
What does it take to become an assassin?
Well, the Crows would have you believe that it is an involved process that takes years of training. The sort that tests both your resolve and your endurance. Survive that process and maybe, just maybe, you're good enough to start being considered one of them. But quite frankly, the truth is that all it requires is a desire to kill people for a living. It's surprising how well one can do in such a field.
You did quite well, no doubt.
Within the Crows, I did. But it has been something the Crows have devoted a great deal of time to perfecting. An assassin simply specializes in striking from stealth, and in maximizing that first attack to be as lethal as possible. Debilitate your foe, either by poison or by crippling their limbs, makes any follow-up combat you need to engage in that much simpler.
You always use poison, then?
I do. It is not something inherent in an assassin's skills, however, merely something complementary. Of course, the Crows like to pretend that their abilities are trade secrets, shrouded in shadows and wrapped in a blanket of mystery. So let's just keep this between you and me, shall we? Hmm?
Yes?
Talk, Liliana.
Well, here I am.
What would someone like you be doing in Muldering's Chantry?
What is meant by someone like me?
You know, a beautiful, charming woman like yourself.
And there were no beautiful, charming women in the cloisters, you think? You would be wrong. There were many lovely young initiates in the Lothering cloister, all of them chaste and virtuous. It added to their mystique, because then they were forbidden, and forbidden fruit is the sweeter, no?
Those initiates can't have been more lovely than you, Liliana.
Flatterer. I, however, did not take vows, and so perhaps I am not as enigmatic? The Chantry provides succor and safe harbor to all who seek it. I chose to stay and become affirmed.
Affirmed?
We affirm our belief in the Maker, in Andraste and the chant, but other than that, there are no vows taken.
So your skills were learned before your time, Chantry.
I was a traveling minstrel in Orlais. Tales and songs were my life. I performed, and they rewarded me with applause and coin. And my skill in battle? Well, you pick up different skills when you travel, yes? Yes, of course. Let's move on.
I want to learn about that, because I feel like there's more to that.
I was just thinking about what happened to the elves, and I'm reminded of a song sung to me many years ago. It was when my mother died, and this wise elven woman comforted me and told me that we shouldn't fear death or hate it. Death is just another beginning. One day, we must all shed our earthly bodies to allow our spirits to fly free.
I, for one, am in no hurry to let my spirit fly free.
It's a beautiful sentiment, I think. One that brings peace and hope to the grieving.
See if she has anything else to say.
Yes? Something you need? Yes? What's on your mind?
You were a traveling minstrel. Do you have any tales to share?
Of course I do. I love stories far too much to keep them to myself. Everyone should be able to benefit from them, I think.
Got any about Darkspawn?
Chantry law says it is man's pride that created the Darkspawn. In ages past, the mages of the Tevinder Imperium ruled much of the world we know. In their pride, they thought their magics invincible and imagined that they were greater than the Maker himself. So thinking, they invaded his golden city, planning to take it for themselves and depose their own creator. But they were impure and full of sin. And it is with the sin that they tainted the golden city, corrupting it forever. The Maker cursed them and cast them from his sight. Wherever they went, they spread the taint of their sin. Any land that was touched by the taint became blighted and would suffer no life. Instead, the Darkspawn arose to torment us and remind us of our hubris.
Know of any Ferelden legends?
I know one, told to me by my mother a long time ago. It always chilled me to the bone. Maybe you have heard of Flemeth?
Flemeth? Morgan's mother was called Flemeth.
Are you sure? Was she the Flemeth of legend? Flemeth, the devourer of men? Flemeth, mother of witches? Flemeth, demon-touched, who dwells in the mists?
She didn't really introduce herself as such.
Ferelden mothers scare their daughters with talk of Flemeth. They say that if you're bad, Flemeth will spirit you away and bind you to her forever. They also say that Flemeth mourns her lost beauty and will steal yours through your looking glass if she catches you.
Tell me the whole story.
Flemeth's beauty was known throughout the land. She had hair like unto a moonless night, skin as pale as winter's first snow, and eyes as beautiful and perilous as the sea. When she came of age, she came to the attention of the Lord of Highever, Conobar, and he took her for his wife. Conobar soon learned that his young bride had the gift of magic. He kept this a secret, for he feared that she would be taken from him. Flemeth stayed with Conobar for some years, and with his blessing, she practiced her art. And then one day, a young poet named Osen came to the castle. Flemeth was captivated by Osen's voice, and he by her beauty, and they fell in love.
The plot thickens.
Flemeth longed to be with her true love, and she and Osen fled from Conobar's lands, seeking refuge in the Kokari wilds with the Chasing tribes. They lived there happily for many a year, till the day Flemeth received news that Conobar was dying and longed to see her face one last time. Flemeth's heart swelled with pity for the man who once was her husband, and begged Osen to return to Conobar's side with her. But when Flemeth and Osen entered Highever, they were captured by Conobar's men, and Osen was slain in front of Flemeth's eyes. Flemeth was imprisoned in the highest tower of the castle, there to await Conobar's judgment on her. Distraught at the loss of her love, Flemeth plotted revenge against her husband. She summoned a fey demon, intending for it to wreak vengeance on Conobar. But a spell went awry. The demon possessed Flemeth. Turning her into an abomination, the halls of the castle ran red with blood as Flemeth slaughtered Conobar and all his men. The last of Flemeth's humanity melted away, and at dawn, she stole back to the wilds to plot and scheme for 100 years. They say she took to her side many Chasing men, and with their help, begat her daughter witches, who even now prowl the dark places of the Kokari wilds.
Know any stories from Orlais?
Of course, Orlesians enjoy telling stories. I shall tell you my favorite tale of Aveline, the Knight of Orlais.
Sounds interesting.
A long time ago, a girl child was born to a farmer.
He had hoped for a son, not a daughter, and so he told his wife to abandon the child in the woods. Before the cold could claim her, the baby was found by a tribe of Dalish elves who took pity on the poor mewling thing and raised her as their own. Aveline, for that is what they called her, grew strong and quick and clever under the guidance of the elves. She learned to wield a sword as well as any man, could kill a deer with an arrow at 100 paces, and was as graceful on the back of a horse as she was on foot.
Saw that coming.
Many legends have familiar forms and themes. We enjoy them so because we know them. Aveline's Dalish guardians saw that she could easily best any Orlesian chevalier in battle, and wanted to show the cruel humans the child they had left to die. They bestowed upon her a fine horse and armor, and sent her to prove herself to her people in the grand tourney. Now in those days, no woman was allowed to take up arms, let alone compete in the grand tourney, but Aveline kept her helmet on and was not discovered.
Did she win the tourney?
Aveline won many events and gained the approval of the adoring crowd. Eventually, she came face to face with the knight Kaleva in the grand melee. Aveline had already bested him in the joust, and Kaleva was determined not to lose a second time. Out of desperation to regain his honor, Kaleva tripped Aveline and tossed her to the ground, ripping off her helmet as he did so. Silence fell upon the arena as Aveline was revealed. Kaleva declared the previous competitions invalid. A woman had taken part, and this was not allowed. But the crowd cheered for Aveline. Kaleva was furious, for he had lost to a woman and was now being shamed. Blinded by his rage, he forced Aveline to her knees. "Know your place, woman," cried he, and slit her throat.
It's terrible.
The son of the king, Prince Freyan, was present. He recognized Aveline's skill and bravery and began to see the injustice done to the women in his land. When he was made king, he rewrote the laws of Orlais so that women could also become chevalier. He honored Aveline and knighted her after her death. And to this day, any female who is knighted reveres Aveline the Brave, for she is the patron of all women chevalier.
You know, I'm curious what she has to say that we met Flemeth in the Kokari Wilds.
Flemeth's beauty. And then one day, a young poet named Osen came to the castle.
Maybe she doesn't have anything to say anymore.
They say she took to her side many chastened men, and with their help,
Okay.
begat
Let's just
her
move
daughter.
on. I think I've spoken to everybody now. Let's bring along Zevran for once.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Oh, points. Okay. I think I'll just dump them all into dexterity. Let's see how useful Zevran actually ends up being.
Yes?
probably gonna do him more good. Liliana can't use any of these, sadly.
All set.
Why do the poor not rise up against their betters? This I never understood.
Actually, even though Morrigan's gonna be super helpful,
Yes.
I'm gonna swap her out for Alistair.
There's a...
Of course, I forgot to activate my damage passives.
Is that all you've got?
Oh no, you don't!
On your guard! Have it!
Take that! Good shot. I love this game.
Make him be praised!
The casteless. The caste system in Orzammar includes many groups of privilege, the nobility and the warriors above all others, but to a lesser degree the merchants, and the smiths and the miners. Tradition establishes a clear hierarchy. But as in any culture with an upper class, there is also a clear underclass. These unfortunates, the so-called casteless, are believed to be descendants of criminals and other undesirables. They have been looked down upon since Orzammar's foundation. They have taken up residence in a place called Dust Town, a crumbling ruin on the fringe of Orzammar's common areas. Orzammar society considers these casteless lower than even the servant caste. Indeed, the casteless are not allowed to become servants, as it is too honorable a position. They are seen as little better than animals, their faces branded at birth to mark them as bastard children of the kingdom. Their home district, little more than a slum, is a haven for crime, organized and otherwise. Orzammar's guards seemingly cannot be bothered to patrol its streets. The best bet that most casteless dwarves can hope for is a life at the whim of a local crime lord, ended abruptly by violence or an overabundance of toxic liquor ale. Even so, there is some hope for the casteless, a dangling rope that offers a way up into greater Orzammar society. Since the dwarf's caste is determined by the parents of the same sex, the male children of a nobleman is part of that noble's house and caste. Strangely, it is acceptable for casteless women to train in the arts of courtly romance to woo nobles and warriors. They are known as noble hunters. Any male born from such a union is considered a joyous event, considering the low rate of dwarven fertility. The mother and entire family are then taken in by the father's house, although they retain their caste. Dwarves we know on the surface are also considered casteless once they leave Orzammar, although this is only relevant to those who return, if they are allowed to return at all. Dwarves who leave for the surface, the sun-touched, as they're often called behind their backs, lose their connection to the stone and the favor of the ancestors, and thus are worthy of little more than pity, for upon dying they are said to be lost to the stone forever. Put that way, it seems a sad existence indeed. From Stone Halls of the Dwarves by Brother Genetivi, Chantry Scholar.
Who are you? You don't look like any guardsman I ever saw, and that's not much of a uniform.
Fuck you, this is like literally the highest ranking uniform for the Grey Wardens.
Oh, you looking for a chance to bring in some coin? Could be I have that opportunity. Especially for someone with a few connections above ground.
I have to hear what you're asking.
No offense, but your kings have some laws that don't make sense in a practical kind of world. Like about who gets to buy and sell lyrium, the sacred gift the stone provides us to show her love. No law should regulate that. The laws are meant to keep mages away from the stuff, so there's always buyers in the Circle Tower. I got one man named Godwin. He's expecting a delivery of his stone's weight. You want an investment opportunity? I could see fit to, say, sell you that lyrium instead, at the reasonable price of 50 sovereigns. You can keep it, or, since you can travel freely from here, sell it to Godwin, who you know is buying. And if you bring back his return order, I could pay you, say, 20 sovereigns as a finder's fee.
Must be dangerous if you're paying so much.
More so for someone like you, I guess. Most dwarves born down here have a natural immunity. Other races, there are problems if they spend too long with the ore. The real issue is that lyrium's valuable. It's only found down here, and human mages can't work without it.
Don't have that kind of money.
As long as you keep your eyes down and your mouth shut, we've got no further business.
You know, I don't have it on hand, but
Let's get started.
I do want to engage in it, honestly. I'm kind of curious if I have another opportunity after turning it down or if he just vanishes. I think, yeah, he just vanishes. Oh, that's disappointing. Kind of scummy, but I'm gonna reload. I'll just talk to him when I have the money.
I think I just stepped in something.
Thanks, Liliana. That's a very nice note to start on. Peculiar.
Arms and danger. Ready for
Of course, I also forgot to activate my abilities again.
This should be easy. As you wish.
Good lord, 2 decapitations in a row. Very, very brutal for once. Make that 3 decapitations.
Done well.
Invigorating that was.
Have you a coin to spare, my lord? It's for my son. He's sick. He hasn't any clean clothes to wear or anything to eat today. Neither have I.
Here's 5 silvers. Buy yourself a meal.
Thank you. That a stranger would care so much when my own family barred me from their halls unless I'm willing to But no, I can't bear to even think of it.
Does your family want you to do?
My son's father is casteless, as is he. I used to be a minor, but my parents stripped my caste and refused to accept me back. Unless I agree to abandon the child in the deep roads and pretend I never bore him.
If you're a minor, why would your son be casteless?
In Orzammar, lineage is traced through the child's same-sex parent. Had my baby been a girl, she would have been a minor like me. But as a boy, my son is considered tainted forever by his father's seed.
Is there any other solution?
Yes. I can become casteless with him, which is what I've done. Others have raised children like this, right? Begging for change, sleeping in doorways?
Maybe I could reason with your family.
You would do that? But why?
Because I'm a gift. Because I'm a gift person. Because I'm a good person. Don't look a gift warden in the mouth.
Then I cannot offer enough gratitude. But I warn you, my father is a stiff-necked man. His name is Ordell, and he's usually at Tapster's in the evening. I do not think he will listen to you. But I will wait anxiously to see if you can do what you promise.
Let's see about that after I clear out the damn bandits here.
Hey there, stranger. 6 bits for a tumble. 2 silvers if you all want to go at once.
Can I ask you some questions about the Carta?
I weren't talking to you. Hear me? We weren't talking.
No comments. The temple first.
Hey there, stranger. 6 bits for a tumble. 2 silvers if you all want to go at once.
Do you know where I can find Jarvie's base?
Everywhere. That's the problem. There's nowhere she can't see you.
Okay. Suspicious door. Through the slots. Yeah, I'm not going to do that game, but thanks for the offer.
Spare a coin? 2 bits for the needy?
Can I ask you some questions about the Carta?
What are you trying to do? Kill me?
Oh, okay then.
What do you want, Warden? You're out of your element down here.
I'm looking for a thief who dared steal from this Shaperits.
Is that so? What makes you think anyone here would turn me, this person in? You've walked into a sodding fight, Warden, and I've already passed your stupid tome along. Too bad for you.
Okay.
Can't be serious.
That didn't last long. I suggest that he may have passed it on to someone on improving grounds. I'll look there next.
What are you looking for? We got nothing to buy for the likes of you. Or maybe you wanted to sell.
I'm looking for the Carta space.
Best way to find it is stand on any street corner in Orzammar and insult Jarvia's mother. You'll wind up there quick enough, and have a real long time to get to know the place.
That actually sounds like a great idea. Let me see what you have.
Of course.
And to little surprise, nothing I can afford.
As you wish.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am ready.
Hey, you can equip it now. Oh, guess I'll be having with him instead of Alistair for now. Maybe. Actually, no. I can swap working out for Alistair.
Damnation.
Yes.
Shine your shoes.
Your clothes are so fancy. Did you get them topside?
Yes, I did.
My mam used to say they don't got no stone to protect them topside. If I go up there, I'm gonna fall into the sky.
That doesn't happen.
Yes. When my dad left, he never came back. Who's to say he didn't fall up, eh?
Okay.
Don't fall into the sky when you go back up there.
Spare a coin? 2 bits for the needy?
I think I already asked him, actually.
Well, look at that. It's not often old Nadezda sees a fine-dressed stranger here in Dusttown. Help a poor cripple.
Here's 5 silvers.
Well, thank you truly, my lord. That's right good of you. It takes a stranger to notice how bad things are, huh? No dwarf would lift a sodding finger. Excuse my language. What takes you out of the diamond quarters, stranger? You got a vice you're looking for old Nadezda to fill?
Thanks for the offer, but I don't think we're gonna have a 5-way with a cripple. Do you know a woman named Jarvia?
Know her. I used to run with her. Jarvia took over the Carta not more than a year ago, and already she's got every duster with both legs bearing swords for her.
Where can I find her?
Won't be easy. She's gotten real careful since Barat died. Real paranoid. She's got Carta members all carrying these fingerbone tokens. She scratches some mark into them so she'll know they came from her. There's doors to her base all over the city, but only one is ever open at a time. And if you show up without a token, you'd never know it was there.
Where do I find one of these tokens?
Can't help you there, Selrocka. The Carta members keep them real tight. But that's worth something, right? Maybe just a little.
Sure. Here's 10 silvers.
I'll think of you when I go to bed with a full stomach.
Jarvia don't like no one asking questions about her.
Did I find one of those tokens already? I guess not. Too bad I didn't kill those Carta members that I met earlier.
Jarvia said it's dangerous for anyone who talks to you.
Wow. She picked up quick then. Let's see.
On it.
I doubt he has anything useful, but I'll check anyways.
You're back. You got more business for me?
Okay,
that's
never
what
mind. How much? Yeah, I only have like 5 sovereigns. 5 gold. Hmm. I guess I'll see about that first, and see if that woman has anything to tell me. Oh, right, tavern.
As you wish.
What are you looking at, stranger?
Are you Wardo?
I could be. What business is it of yours?
If you don't take Serlinda back, she'll die.
What? You think she'd die just to keep that thing? She knows what she has to do to come home. I never wanted her gone. Just the little cur. Can't she see she'd have a better life if she got rid of it?
Could you pretend your child never existed?
I've been trying. It's not as easy as I thought. Look, just tell her... We never meant to hurt her. It just seemed best that... Oh, just tell her to come home. Her mother and I are waiting for her.
That was incredibly easy.
You're back. I thought you weren't coming. What did he say?
Father wants you to come home.
Both of us? I don't believe he said that. I've never heard him refer to my son as anything but trash. He calls him it. But maybe Mother convinced him. Or you did. Oh, my friend. I cannot thank you enough. If this were a story, my son would grow to manhood and pledge himself as a knight in your service. When he grows up, I will send him to you. I promise.
Yes, she didn't have any assistants to offer. Oh well. What's needed for the shield, anyways? Probably... Oh, only 32.
You were in the Chantry. You are a priest?
No, I was a lay sister of the Chantry.
Which means...
I lived and worked in the Chantry, but I did not take any vows.
So you dabbled in priesthood then?
Oh no, the lay sisters don't have the same sorts of duties as priests at all.
So you were not a priest, did none of their duties, and took no vows, but you lived among them?
Yes.
You were a house guest of the Chantry?
Sort of.
On it.
Okay, now time to find out.
Must the provings be so violent?
Time to find out who here has it. I wonder if he has anything to say.
Congratulations and well fought. My cousin was wise to choose you.
Damn right. I am just amazing on toast. I should immediately knocked on my ass.
Coin for majesty.
Watch out!
Desperation is victory shall be mine.
Defend yourself!
Down you go.
Okay. And there's the volume.
As you wish.
So, this thing you and him have going, doesn't that violate your vows?
What? What kind of question is that to just blurt out? What do we have going?
Yes, I'm that blind. I so totally did not see you ogling each other before.
He was not ogling me, was he? Was he really ogling me?
Now that you say it, I'm not sure. Maybe he wasn't ogling you. I don't know. I could always ask him.
You can't do that. Could you? You couldn't do that.
I could, but I won't. Next thing you'll have me pulling his hair and passing him love letters.
Just mind your own business. How inappropriate.
Totally did not hear that. Anyways. Right, off to the shape roads. Yep. They're talking about Liliana's relationship with my character.
Grey Wardens present in Orzammar. Endorsement of Lord Harrowmont, a blow against Lord Balin. News of the hour. Lord Harrowmont, proven to be working with surfacers. His betrayal of...
Arnold, does Balin have to say now? If anything.
Greetings.
On it.
Maybe he's not here right now. Still gonna have a book around.
Right.
If it's unsecured, it's free reign. I mean...
On it.
Ooh, a love letter. Let's read it. Collection of embarrassing personal communications between the spoiled wealthy and their objects of obsession. Dear Sir John, your ministrations, while well-intentioned, hold no promise. Do not despair, for it is not you, it is of me. I require an interval to acquaint myself with the personage you awakened. I'm certain we can maintain an amiable accord and that engagements with her mutual associates will not be awkward, Mari. Well, that's a disappointing love letter. What the hell was that? Okay.
On your guard!
I never liked this part. Be careful!
Right.
Sten is high-key a better tank than Alistair. I'm just saying.
By the ancestors.
Good on you, Warden. You caught them in the act. I guess desperate times drive people to strange things. Thanks again, Warden.
I guess there's no reward. That's disappointing. I've stolen from these people and now I'm gonna ask them for a reward. Makes perfect sense.
No one enters the prince's estate without an invitation.
Greetings. Greetings.
I'm gonna try the door anyways. Oh. Wait, isn't the point of lockpicking to bypass locks that require keys? I'm just saying. Key required shouldn't be a thing.
The Warden has joined Harriman. Attack or fails them.
Speak.
Two-handed sweep is the new fireball.
This just me, or do you actually think you have a chance? You bad luck, Benani!
Sometimes.
Right. Let's look at this mess. I love it. This should be easy enough.
Okay, done with you now. Hey, watch it!
On it.
Still back!
Ugh. Ugh. Okay.
You found it. Warden, you have my gratitude. You're a bright spot in an otherwise dark time.
What, no
At
money?
least someone is willing to stand up for tradition. Thank you again.
God damn it. Oh.
You're awfully bold, walking right up to me after coming out against Prince Balin and the Proving. You do know who I am, right? I'm Vartag Gavorn, the prince's chief advisor.
I'd like to meet Prince Balin.
Well, you have an unusual way of showing it. Why would the prince possibly meet with someone who came out publicly against him?
I want to tell him to back down. He'll never be king. And now Harriman trusts me, unlike your other spies.
I see your point. Had you come to us first, Harriman would have suspected you. But now, he has no reason to think you're anything other than his champion. On the proving grounds and off.
There are not enough of you for all the alliances you make.
I don't know enough about either to make a decision.
Then choosing one is the same as choosing the other. What matters is having the courage to make the choice. You will have to choose eventually.
Isn't it obvious I've chosen to serve Balin?
Obvious.
So, it's agreed then? You will infiltrate Harriman's ranks for us?
Kind of, yeah. I'll decide later. to bring you everything Haramont tells me.
That's a gold-plated offer. But I still have no proof you'll do what you say. If you really want Balin's trust, you'll have to prove your loyalty to Haramont is just an act. What has he asked you to do next?
I don't know, he hasn't told me yet.
Then find out and come tell me. If you want to be of use to the Prince, this is your chance to prove it. And stay away from Lord Helmy and Lady Dace. I'm sure we can find a better way to prove your worth. I look forward to seeing you again.
Sure you do.
This should be easy enough.
Okay.
Huh. That's a lot of lava. I guess they just hope it never erupts.
Jeez. Yeah, probably.
News of the hour. Lord Haramont, unable to win own battles, turns the Grey Warden's in. News of the hour. Lord Balin's claims that Lord Haramont stopped on Darkfall.
Yeah, with meta knowledge, it's kind of hard to side with Balin. And I think even in character, they probably wouldn't side with Balin anyways, because of him trying to blackmail Haramont's warriors out of the proving. Like, my character knows that much for sure. And other than that, he didn't exactly have the best introduction to Balin, with immediate claiming of bribery from Haramont to other politicians. Pretty sure I already read the cast, didn't I? Maybe I didn't. Visitors to Orzammar should keep in mind that the hierarchies of Dwarven society are much more complex than our own. It is easy to gravely insult a man simply by mistaking his position. Since this can lead to unnecessary loss of life and limbs, I will attempt to mitigate the danger for my fellow travelers. The society of Orzammar is divided into nobles, warriors, smiths, artisans, miners, merchants, and servants. Now you are undoubtedly saying to yourself, we have all those divisions among our own people. This is a dangerous misconception. Certainly we do have nobility, artisans, merchants, and these positions are largely inherited from our parents. However, the younger children of noblemen often choose to be artisans or soldiers. The sons of merchants may join the army or become servants, or apprentice themselves to a craftsman. This is all freely chosen, limited perhaps by the circumstances of birth, but still chosen. What is a matter of choice for most human folk is dictated entirely by birth for dwarves. No one may become a smith who is not born to smith caste parents. The servant who marries a noblewoman will never be a noble himself, and although his daughters would be nobles, his sons would be servants. For daughters inherit the caste of their mother, while sons inherit the caste of their father. I don't remember that one specifically, so I know I've read similar texts, which is why I thought I did, but it had just unlocked, so I don't know if that was a mix-up or anything. But anyways, the meta-knowledge that I do have, it's shown in the dwarf noble origin, so I guess I guess it really wouldn't be spoilers because it's shown within the first 2 hours of the game if you pick Dwarf Noble. But basically the concerns that Haramont's brought up about Balin killing one of his brothers and the middle child being blackmailed. What's the term for it? What is the term for it? Setup, basically, where Balin had guards basically find his immediately older brother standing over the corpse of the eldest who was supposed to inherit the throne when their father died. Balin set that whole situation up. He murdered his eldest brother and set up his elder sibling. So that's the meta knowledge that I do have. I basically already know Balin's scum. For more reasons than just immediately trying to paint Haramont as scum without any real proof of it. Yep. Balin framed his older sibling with the murder of their eldest brother, which he did himself. All in a bid to steal the throne.
Well, look what we have here. Jarvia said you were looking for trouble. Congratulations. You found it.
Yay, trouble! My favorite thing. Mostly because it immediately leads to murder.
Make it taken as long as it did. Sorry, ancestors. What do they teach you on the surface? You fight like a bleeding archdemon. Sweet bloody stone, look at them all.
Tell me how to find Jarvia or you join them.
The base is below the city. You can get to it through the wall of the third house on this row. Put this token through the slot, and it'll open. Well, will you let me go now?
I don't think so.
No!
And I got down. Got a little bit carried away there and wasn't paying enough attention.
It is done.
Yeah, this guy's about to go down.
Let's make this quick!
After that...
Order. It is done.
You can use another poultice.
Go.
Alright, back to business.
Sure what you mean by that game.
Oh no, you don't!
You mean the political intrigue?
Make a
Probably. Oh, okay.
It shall be as you say.
Right.
I have heard much about the halls of the Dwarven Kings, but the stories do it no justice. It is so strange, harsh, yet beautiful.
It's too stony for me. It is very grim.
And have you seen those tiny pig-like burrowing animals? They are adorable. I wish I could have one as a pet. But they must be hard to catch and... Oh, just ignore me. I'm so silly sometimes. Let's just go.
Well, time to cast Leliana and put finger bone in the token slot. Why did I just get commoner clothing? I don't have any idea what that was about, but okay. Oh, look, a carded doorman.
What's the password?
Jarvia sucks lizard eggs?
Looks like we have a martyr, boys.
I thought I was fine. You guys just have no sense of humor.
Is that all you've got?
Oh, I don't have these active. Why don't I have these active? Oh, I was dead. That's right. I remember now. Beam dagger.
This should be easy enough.
Suspect it's to yourself is the password.
Right.
What a death!
Just immediately stunned. I'm gonna go kill this guy then. Or explode a bunch of barrels.
Warden sense is tingling.
Okay. Everyone... I want to get them all through the door. So I guess I'll back up a little bit.
Very well.
If it doesn't get them through the door, go all on. At least get close to it.
You had it coming. For some fun. Let's get started.
Let's have it!
can't pick the lock.
Here I am. It's done.
That's lame.
Right.
Show me what you got! Take that!
Come and get it!
Time for a little clean. Right.
That's it! Another vanquish.
Really?
Yes, my friend?
I feel like that tweak isn't quite working right now. Just because the icon changes to show that it is unlockable by the character's skill. But... well, it's not working, obviously.
On it. Right. A little frantic. Why?
Watch it!
Let's make it quick!
On it. As you wish. Parry, strike and kill. Down with you. Right. Let's get started.
I don't know why that's not working. Okay, so I can't open that one. But...
I'll do it.
not those.
All set.
How close is Lily? That's level.
Yes.
Okay. I think she'll get a level up before we leave this place anyways. And I'll be able to see if I can get her a higher rank of lockpicking and see if that fixes it. Did I don't think I looked. No, I didn't even look at this room, let alone loot it. Oh, yay, a mercenary. She is tanking a lot of damage for a mage. Okay, Liliana, do you have anything that would help? Pinning shot? Okay, there we go.
As you wish. And back.
No, use Berserk.
You had it coming. As you wish.
We have done well.
I have no idea what that is supposed to be about. Not even the slightest. Leona, you can have that. Whirlwind and... It sure doesn't actually seem that helpful. I think I'll work up to Death Blow in that case. Yeah, I think I will hold on to Duncan's sword for now, actually. Starfang is better, but Duncan's sword lets me regenerate more stamina in combat, so I get more skills to use. Times like this, I wish I brought Morgan.
Only one shall stand. As you wish.
I have silenced it.
Ow.
Here comes trouble!
Right.
Preserve us!
Move and parry, strike and kill! Attack!
Okay.
As you wish.
Can I equip one of those costume rings? What were they about? No, I can't. Okay, so they're quest items then.
Right. On it. You're mine! That should be easy. Your word. So be it.
Oh, I don't want that on. I don't know why that was on. I guess it automatically turned on once I unlocked it.
Try that again.
Show me what you've got!
It is done!
Oh, that's a lot of blood.
No, right. I wanted device mastery, which I can't get for her yet, apparently. Oh well. In that case... let's go for a Master Archer then.
As you wish.
And there's a level up for Alistair. Was that armor an improvement for Alistair? Don't think so. Yeah. Not even kind of. Varathorn's armor, though. That is. It makes him look like an absolute fool, though. Here, you can have Caitlyn's shield now.
Right. This should be easy enough.
Thought Melian would be able to detect it before it went off. But I guess not. In that case, I'll just go first. Still here, just cleaning kitchen, so we'll be interacting. Okay. Let's go this way first. Yep. Always a trap.
Is that all you've got? On it.
Look at this mess! I love it!
On it.
Let's end this.
It's either you or me, and it's gonna be me.
Make it
Performed as I
brave.
expected.
I'm not gonna ask why a prisoner would have a
Let me
weapon.
out. I see you bear no love for Jarvia. Please, help me. Please, stranger.
There you go.
Thank you. We've been down here. It's been so long. My friend didn't make it. Just stopped eating one day, and all for a stupid bet.
It's mildly depressing. Okay.
For the Grey Warden!
As you wish.
Yes. Fear is your
Defend yourself!
I'd much rather they didn't skip them than so slowly on it, but thanks.
As you wish. As you wish.
Let's get started. Time for some fun. You battle a Kunari.
Funari Mercer really got himself destroyed by attacking us around the corner.
I sense something drawing near. Come now!
Right
Defend yourself!
Right ahead. Never like this.
And over to stem. Two-handed smack.
Mine. Move and parry. Strike and kill. Let's get started. Oh!
On it.
Still someone left? Really?
Let's have at it!
That's a lot of blood.
Okay. I'll go ahead and use the Century Coat. Yeah, let's check it too. Oh, baby, stop. Stop. Being so cranky. Sorry about that. He gets cranky whenever he hears the other dog walking around. Anyways.
Let's get started.
Yeah, I'm headed the right way. Why am I still using threaten? And activate mode, dual striking, self, NA, activate mode, momentum, NA, activate mode, berserk. Here we go.
Right.
Okay.
On your guard.
Ow. Wasn't paying attention.
Maker!
Maker Preserver!
Ashkost Kata!
I guess I should leave powerful swings on.
Okay, done with you now.
I suppose violence is a solution. Sometimes.
Jeez.
Let's go! You battle a Konari!
Armed and dangerous. Ready for it. I need healing. This should be easy enough. On it.
I guess life probably isn't worth holding on to.
Let's get started.
To get rid of. So get rid of those two.
Right. On it. Let's get started.
I should put that on my hotbar. Let's go this way first.
On it.
Always with the spiders, huh?
Defend yourself!
Katana! Let's
get started.
Guessing this is where I'm supposed to go. So let's go this way first.
Right.
I got stunned before I could do it.
Weapons open.
Yeah, they're like that.
Vasadan!
Right.
It is done.
I think we work well together.
Okay. Those are hardly worth anything. And neither is that. How much dexterity does Leliana have? 30? And she needs... 34 to use either of those bows. Okay.
All set. This should be easy enough. As you wish.
Yay for inventory management.
On it.
It's worth 1 gold, okay. Yes, these are probably the cheapest.
Right. On it.
How much is this worth, anyways? Probably not enough. Yep, there's Jarvia.
So, Harrowmont finally realized we're taking the city, yet he still can't be bothered to send his own men. Well, you picked the wrong side, stranger. It doesn't matter who's king, as long as there's a queen.
You're awfully cocky for someone whose entire Carta is dead.
You'll pay for their deaths 100 times over. Kill them! But leave the mouthy one alive. I have plans for him.
We have at least 3 mouthy ones, so you might want to be a bit more specific. Alright, I'll be right back.
Sense is tingling.
Yeah, I mean it's 2020. Who's to say Haramont's not a queen?
It is done.
How absolutely inconsiderate of her.
Down with you. This should be easy.
Okay, Alistair, you need to heal.
What?
And Alistair is down.
Direct me.
To be fair, I don't think most Karens could have their own crime syndicate.
As you wish.
Be careful! To me! I need help!
Oh, great.
I'm going to wear your pretty teeth. My wrist.
Okay, everyone focus down these guys. Otherwise we're just gonna get continually overwhelmed. At least she's just standing there, not doing anything. Makes it a bit easier for us.
As you wish.
Okay, nope. Don't chase her. Because those barrels are gonna explode. That's such an obvious trap. Let's swap these around, just so they're in a more appropriate order. Stan? No. I know you want to set off the trap, but don't.
Good to go!
On the stage. Ready for
That should not have taken as long as it did.
Hey, now there's a bunch of loot that I won't be able to carry. Let's grab everything that I can, and then we'll figure out what I'm gonna do about the other stuff.
As you wish.
Lots of doors around house, some in the trap. Dwarves don't tend to appreciate being used like a football. I know this from experience. I think Leliana would appreciate
Why,
this.
thank you so much. Why, thank you so much.
Apparently not much. Yeah, well, just because they don't appreciate it doesn't mean that you can't do it. It would have been funny if that had just KO'd my entire party.
Drop right
Let's get
ahead.
started. Right.
Wait, why is it giving me the option to plant papers? I don't know what that's about.
Drop right ahead.
Oh, another love letter. Twereth Lowstone, age, race, height. I care not for the differences others perceive, but matching your helmet to my tunic for the amusement of standing in line with your new Silent Sisters invited attention where none was desired. I will not suffer your company again. Alice said high over. Scribbled below, gonna miss knocking heads with those girls. Dear Sir John, your ministrations, while well-intentioned, hold no promise. Do not despair, for it is not you, it is of me. I'm pretty sure I read that one already.
On it.
Okay. Can I not disarm this? Oh, there we go. I don't know why it wasn't giving me the option. Or letting me select it, rather.
What shall I do? On it.
So, I guess that is 3 items I need to make space for. Okay, these war axes aren't worth much. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering what was up with Jamer's stash. But apparently, that's what those, all those rings and daggers and stuff that I was finding is about. Not sure what I'm missing, though. Something from this room. Yeah. I don't care enough about receiving images to do it properly. Yay, 7 gold. Totally worth it. I'll get rid of that. Alright, cool. We're stamina regen. Yeah, that is nice. At least it doesn't at first. It kinda does later on, once you've completed most of the game. And I think Awakening, the expansion for it, does kind of do that. But early on, yeah, it is definitely kind of a struggle.
God, by all the beards of my ancestors! How did you... Where did you come from? You made a hole in my wall!
Sorry about that.
What will my customers think when they come in here and see this hole? There better not be more of your troublemaking kind crawling in after you. I swear, this city is going to the criminals and the nuts.
Gonna buy stuff from me?
You again. Here to buy something, or were you just thinking of wrecking another part of my shop?
Jennar, do you have a daughter named Dagna?
Has she been bothering you? Gets a whiff of surface stink and she's like a cave tick. Won't let go.
I'd like to help her study with the mages.
Do you even know what that means? If Dagna goes to the surface, she forfeits her caste. She'll never be able to marry or work in Orzammar again. Dwarves don't do magic. Dagna knows that. It's just a childhood fantasy that dies hard. Please, if you see her, send her back and let me talk some sense into her.
I mean, yeah, it definitely does make sense that it'd be a bit of a struggle in the early game. And it only kind of gets better once you start recruiting a bunch of... when I say recruiting, once you start calling upon the other factions, when you start calling upon your treaties.
I want that surface wealth coming back to us, Valen's ascension willing.
Once you start getting people signing on, basically, is when it starts getting easier. And then in the expansion for Dragon Age, at that point, you have already established the Grey Wardens again, so it makes sense it'd be easier for you. Okay. Let's see if I can go and talk him down from the 50 gold for it.
Who are you? You don't look like any guardsman I ever saw, and that's not much of a uniform.
I'm Kuz, a Grey Warden.
Oh, you looking for a Could be I have that opportunity.
Sure.
And
skip for this
if you bring
dialogue, 'cause
back
I've already
this
done
return
it.
order, I could pay you, say, 20 sovereigns as a finder's fee.
Jeez. Let me see. Yep, I guess 40's the best I can do. 50's a bit much when you've got no options. 40.
You haggle like a merchant born. Deal. Here's the lyrium, then. You, probably don't want to take it out of the box. I'll be waiting for the next order somewhere out of sight. Say, just around the corner.
Now I'm flat broke again. Literally back down to 22 silver. Ugh. Let's go inform Balin that I took care of Jarvia.
Can you believe it? Ogren's barely even warrior caste anymore, and he just clomps in here like he's entitled.
Should leave before you start complaining about me, too.
If you see any guardsmen, tell them Ogren was at it again.
News of the hour. Support Lord Balin at...
I heard the news. Jarvia and her Carter are dead. I suppose it was unrealistic to expect them to surrender.
Vermin, I cleaned them out.
And did Orzammar and me a great service. I have no desire to go back on my word. But when Balin heard the news about Jarvia, he raised the stakes. He is forcing a vote in the next 2 days. By law, that prevents the Assembly from hearing any other pleas. To help with your troops, I will require your assistance one last time. Do you know anything of the Paragon Branca?
I've heard the name.
Branca is a paragon, the only one we have been blessed with in 4 generations. 2 years ago, she took her entire house into the deep roads on a mad quest to uncover ancient secrets. No one's heard from her since. Were she to return and endorse someone for the throne, the Assembly would be honor-bound to accept her wishes.
She's dead.
Her entire house went with her. It would take a lot to kill so many. If not, bringing proof of her death, or a body to return to the stone, would still show that as an ancestor, it was my hand she guided to her remains.
Are you sure Branca would support you as king?
It's hard to say what she would do. She wasn't exactly known for her predictability. She never seemed to like being a paragon. She was devoted to her craft, never cared for politics. But one of the most brilliant minds Orzammar has seen. Branca hated Darkspawn with a passion. She would certainly be a valuable voice to support your treaty.
If it will get you the throne, I will find Branca.
My men traced Branca's disappearance to an ancient crossroads known as Caradin's Cross. It is many miles below where we normally venture, but I can provide a map to lead you there. Just enter the deep roads through the mines. Thank you again, and may the ancestors guide your steps.
Did I have reason to increase his strength? I don't remember.
The vote is soon and the deep road's long. I would leave now if you're going.
Alright, so even though that is a bit pressing, saying it's in 2 days, I have a tiny bit of, well, meta-knowledge that I'm going to follow up on first. Just because I know it's relevant for the coming part of the quest. Mostly in that it provides extra dialogue. Zogren's still here. Maybe he's at the entrance now.
Afternoon, stranger. You looking for a stool to share a brew?
Don't mind if I do.
I recommend the Lycan Ale. They brew it downstairs. Name's Naveen. I fight with Prince Balin's expeditionary field unit. Yourself?
He's a Grey Warden.
Figured as much. Good folks, Wardens. I was in the deep roads when that one came by. What was his name? Dunca... something like that.
You knew Duncan?
I met him, sure. Good man. Solid. He knows what we go through in the deep roads. Not many do. Not even the ones who live this close. You have to be on the front lines.
Never been deep roads.
Every Grey Warden ends up there. That's where they send you when you're ready to leave this world. Go die in the dark, putting away as many vermin as you can. Getting more crowded these days, though. Lots of people interested all of a sudden. We go back tomorrow. And we're not the only ones.
Who else is in the deep roads?
Lord Harrowmont's got his own men there, all looking for signs of Bronca. Guess the city's getting to miss having a paragon. Everyone wants someone to put in charge.
Thanks for the drink, but I should go.
Watch yourself. Orzammar politics are getting near as dangerous as battle.
There you are. I thought I'd spoken to a Grey Warden, but for some reason I'd chalked it up to the drink. I know you're down here to look for Bronca, and I need to ask a favor.
You're Ogren, right?
You remembered. I'm sodding touched. I guess now that Sir Upright and Honest thinks my Bronca's still alive, you're not so quick to say I'm crazy, huh? But they haven't found Bronca herself, and that means whatever they've got, it's not enough if you don't know what she was looking for. If we pool our knowledge, we stand a chance of finding Bronca. Otherwise, good sodding luck.
Don't I have enough armed lunatics following me already?
Perfect. What's one more? Bronca was a brilliant girl, but half the time she'd add 2 and 2 and make it 50. You want to find her, you need someone who knows how she thinks.
Sounds like we have a deal.
You should know that Bronca was looking for the Anvil of the Void, the secret to building golems, which was lost centuries ago. The smith Caridin built it, and with it, Orzammar had 100 years of peace, while it was protected by the golems forged on the anvil. As far as anyone knows, the anvil was built in the old Orton Taig. Bronca planned to start looking there, if she could ever find it. All she knew was that it was past Caridin's cross. No one's seen that Taig for 500 years.
Harrowmont gave me a map. I can get to Caridin's Cross.
If Harrowmont tracked it down, it's only because he's got whole teams of loyal soldiers who can do the searching for him. If we're going, let's get moving. Bronca's not gonna sodding find herself.
But first...
Oh, blast it.
I do actually have something else to do. I'll just put into dexterity, so he has a better dodge chance. Here, Hogred, you can have this dragon bone cleaver. Forgot I had those rings.
Have you? I'm only asking.
I guess I'll give the long runner's cap to Ogren.
come on. Who ate the cabbage?
Why ask me?
I guess you thought we could all share in the bounty. Oh, stand up to it, you giant ass. You birthed a clown to be proud of. I hope you've thought of a name. Whew.
Comments.
I knew you wouldn't get much help of them. I fear there's no help for any of us.
Do I have enough money? I definitely don't. Okay. Ogrim,
Indeed.
Laliana, and
Yes.
I guess Alistair. Yeah.
You have coin, stranger? With Orzammar closed off, old Tegra can give you a discount. Fine weapon and arms, dwarven made.
Let's see this discount. Jeez. You know, I'm sure Liliana would love those shoes. Still the dwarven heavy armor. Okay. Does he not have anything else?
You have fine weapon and arms.
I'm gonna double check. No.
You have fine weapon and arms, dwarven.
Might need to close and reopen the game at this point since it's been running for 4.5 hours.
You'll have to forgive me if I seem a bit nervous. Not many people traveling in this part of Ferelden. Of course, that's part of my problem, isn't it? Mule got spooked by a wisp and ran off into the woods. Now what do I do?
Asking me to find your mule?
Oh, no. I sent the elf to do that. I wouldn't dream of asking a stranger to do it. Allow me to introduce myself. Felix de Grosbois, merchant and entrepreneur at your service.
I am one of the Grey Wardens.
A Grey Warden?
That's quite impressive, isn't it? My word. I don't normally take this route, but with the war, I was hoping for a bit of luck and good weather in the mountains. Sadly, I've had neither. Ugh, this trip has been one miserable disaster after another. I don't suppose you'd consider helping a fellow out?
A fellow out? How?
Of all the other things that went wrong, the worst is this artifact I brought in Jada. It's a control rod, I'm told, for a golem. No point in me keeping it, however, as I'll never get to use it. But, maybe you could?
How much do you want for it?
Nothing. I just don't want to have to lug around something that might be taken for a gemstone by some bandit. To be honest, I don't even know if it'll be useful to you. I paid too much to simply throw it away.
Sure, why not?
Just as well. You'll find the golem in a village named Honleith, in the hinterlands. Here, I'll mark it on your map. I've heard it might be dangerous there with all the darkspawn about, but I'll wager that's not an issue for someone like you. Just hold up the rod and say Dulaf Gar. That will wake the golem up, so I'm told. I hope it works.
Personal golem? Sounds good.
Best of luck to you then. Now, I guess it's up to me to find that mule myself.
Yeah, the game really seems to be struggling, so I'm gonna close it off real quick and open it back up. Alright, hopefully this will work better now. It's mildly disturbing. Mildly, though, apparently.
That's it!
Is that all you've got? Let's get started.
I'll try to be merciful. Is that all you've got?
Only one, so stand!
Last chest. You required. Okay. It sucks.
This should be easy enough. As you wish.
Ugh.
It's dangerous. Ready for action.
Either you or me. It's gonna be me.
Bad day.
Let's get started. As you wish.
Bloodied bronze key. I guess that's for the other chest, maybe.
What's some one-forged human village doing with a golem that? And of course...
Too off guard. Okay.
Stop wasting time, Warden. I'm not here to chat.
Kinda disappointed Ogren's dialogue part was broken. But, oh well.
Let's get started. Let's get started.
Show me what you got!
Let's get started. As you wish.
Special brew. This dark-colored ale gives off a thick, oaky smell. Swirling it in the tankard, you notice it take on an unexpected glow.
This should be easy
Did Ogren just charge them all? Of course he did. Okay, for a second I thought he got off the chain lightning and I got really concerned.
Argren wins again.
Right.
Decades-old letter. Madam, I can assure you the Circle of Magi is not a sacrilegious institution, and that indeed we operate under the supervision of the Chantry. It would make our investigation of your husband's death much easier if you would simply cooperate with us. I'm disappointed to hear that you sold the Golem's activation rod. I understand both it and your husband were of invaluable aid to King Merrick during the war against Orlais. Without the rod, we cannot discern whether Wilhelm's Golem was responsible for his murder. The Golem will simply have to remain where it is unless the villagers can find a means to destroy it. Our condolences to you and your son for your loss. I imagine it is of little consolation to you, but your husband is much admired here and will be missed. May God keep you, First Enchanter Arlen.
Let's get started.
Let's see. I think the chest was over here. Yep.
Let's get started.
Olaf's prized cheese knife. Sure.
By the Maker, we're saved!
You weren't sent by the ban, were you? To save us?
No, I'm a Grey Warden.
A Grey Warden? Here! Thank the Maker for our luck! But if you weren't sent by someone, why are you here? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm looking for whoever owned that statue outside.
The statue outside? Why would... Oh, I think I see. You bought the control rod, didn't you? You came here looking for Shale. That damnable golem brought us nothing but trouble. My mother sold the rod years ago after it killed my father, and good riddance!
Killed your father? What do you mean?
My father's name was Wilhelm, mage to the Isles of Redcliffe and a hero in the war against Orlais, and what did he get? One day, my mother found him outside the tower, with so many broken bones she could barely recognize him, and Shale standing over him just like it is now. My father deserved better than that. But if you really want to wake Shale up, well, it's yours now.
Except the rod doesn't work. Nothing happens.
My mother might have passed along the wrong command phrase when she sold the rod. She said she never wanted to see Shale active again. Look, I'll tell you the command phrase, but I'll need your help first. I know you already saved my life, and I'm grateful, but my daughter is inside the laboratory. She was afraid and ran too far in before I could stop her. I don't know how she made it past my father's defenses. One of the men tried to go after her. He was killed, but you could find her, couldn't you?
What killed this man who went after
There are
her?
defenses my father put down here to keep strangers out. I knew about the barrier, I had the key for that, but the rest of it, well, we never came down here. Ever.
I'll see if I can find her.
You will? Thank the Maker! My father's laboratory is just past the next area, I think. She has to be there.
This should be easy enough. You are coming.
Oh, jeez.
Come, you can do better than that. As you wish. No quarter! Show me what you got. Let's get started.
The Journal of Enchanter Wilhelm. "13 Plutanus. The interrogation of the demon is going well and is rather fascinating, provided that what it is saying is true. I have sent all my research so far to First Enchanter Arden, and while he's concerned about my safety, he does not think there's reason to stop just yet. All I hope is that the Templars do not discover what I am doing. How will we ever find another way to deal with demonic possession if the Chantry does not let us research it? 20 Alluviesta. Young Matthias nearly wandered down here again today, and this time I forgot to leave the barrier up. I believe I will keep the defenses to ignore anyone of my blood. I'd rather have the boy stumble into the laboratory than have him killed by my forgetfulness. Poor lad, all he wants is to know why his father spent so much time beneath the tower. I'll spend more time with him soon, I swear it. 28 Alluviesta. Strel is acting strangely. I wonder if I should discontinue my experiments upon it. I'm so near a breakthrough, I'm certain. Perhaps it is best if I focus on the demon. 2 Matrinalis. The demon almost managed to get away again. Tricky. I shall have to be more careful. Young Eamon sent a letter asking me to return to Redcliffe. I shall have to consider it soon. 11 Machinalis. Could it be? What an intriguing discovery, especially considering the demon was attempting to keep me from it at all costs. Or did it lead me to that information by seeming to deny it from me? I must discover the truth. 19 Umbralia. I think it is time to dismiss this demon. It is too dangerous for me to continue holding it, and I cannot discount the possibility that it is having some influence over the golem. As in my experiments, I will try to deactivate Shell for the time being and then deal with the demon once and for all. Let it end here. There are no further entries.
What do you mean you've never climbed a tree? Don't cats like to be in trees? Oh look, someone's come to play. You have come to play, haven't you? We're playing a guessing game. It's better with more people.
Good, you're safe. Your father was worried.
Father? Oh, you can tell him I'm fine. Maybe he'll come and stay with us, too. Anyway, you should go if you're not going to play. Kitty finds you distracting.
Finds me distracting?
Kitty's clever. She says you want to take me back to my father, but I'm not going. She would be lonely.
You are so kind, Amalia. I would miss you dearly if you left.
I think this is the point where I just kill the cat. Step away from that creature, Amalia. Hurry.
No! Leave me alone! Kitty!
Nothing you say will convince Amalia to go with you. She loves only me now. I am her friend, while you are just a stranger.
I'm not leaving without the girl.
It seems we are at an impasse, so let me propose a compromise of sorts. Release me, mortal, and let me have the girl. Let us return to her father and leave this place forever.
Let you have the girl? You mean possess her?
That's such a crude way of putting it. I do not wish to harm Amalia. I merely want to see your world through her eyes. Is that so wrong?
I'll free you, and you can have the girl.
Thank you. You are very gracious. The mage's wards hold me within this chamber, and only a mortal may approach them. There is a trick to disarming the wards, but I do not know it. Perhaps you will succeed where the girl failed.
Oh, this is so exciting! Kitty is going to be free! I've always wanted a cat, and Kitty is so perfect and pretty.
Oh, puzzles. I swear. So he needs to get down to there somehow.
I like it when Kitty sings to me.
I think I fucked it up already.
On it.
Oh. Now I'm standing in the fire. And now everyone's gone through the fire.
Father doesn't like cats, but he never met Kitty.
On it.
Okay.
On it.
Kitty says Grandpa Wilhelm locked her up in this room. Isn't that awful?
Right.
I'm pretty sure I'm just backing myself into a corner here. But I'm gonna continue anyways in the hopes that I manage to get out of it.
Kitty is my best friend.
I need a downward one.
Right. Let's get started. As you wish. This should be easy enough. On it.
I was thinking about the sun, silly.
Right. Let's get started.
Okay, guys, get out of the fucking fire. Just stand over
Tell
here.
me a story. Oh, it's a flower. Is it a daffodil? I like daffodils.
This should be easy enough.
That over, that over, that over,
This
that
should be easy
over,
enough.
that over, that over,
I was thinking about the sun, silly.
that over, that over, that over, that over, this over, this over, this over, this over. No, that's not gonna work. Well, I might be able to shuffle
Father
it
doesn't
around
like
anyways.
cats, but he never met Kitty.
Could I get this into position and then
This should
shuffle
be
that
easy
back
enough.
around, or will that not work? It might not work.
Father doesn't like cats, but he never met Kitty.
On it. Let's get started. On it.
Tell me a story.
Yeah, I need this piece now. I need this piece to be over here. I don't think that's gonna actually happen. Never good at puzzles.
Father doesn't like cats, but he never met Kitty.
Let's try shifting all of these over one. I don't know if that's going to do anything for me, but I don't think I'm going to make it any worse.
This should be easy enough. On it.
Oh, it's a flower. Is it a daffodil? I like daffodils.
As you wish.
Here, I can shift these around like this. And get it slightly closer. I still need to get this piece over
I
here,
was thinking about the sun, silly.
On it. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. Right. As you wish.
Father doesn't like cats, but he never met Kitty.
Okay. Now I move this piece over, this piece, this piece, this piece,
Kitty is my best
and
friend.
move this piece into place.
I was thinking about the sun, silly.
Let's get started. As you wish.
I know that I really screwed this puzzle up. Sadly.
Let's get started.
Oh, it's a flower. Is it a daffodil? I like daffodils.
As you wish. This should be easy enough.
Kitty says Grandpa Wilhelm
On
locked her up in this room. Isn't that awful?
I'm pretty sure that achieves nothing.
This should be easy enough.
Okay, let's put that piece there. Let's
get
move this
started.
piece over. Move this piece over.
I was thinking about the sun, silly.
I can move these pieces over. This piece over, this piece over, this piece over,
I was thinking
this
about
piece
the
over,
sun, silly.
this piece over. Get that piece out of the way. And here
This
we
should
go.
be easy enough.
That wasn't too bad.
I can feel the magic fading. Oh, I had forgotten how it feels not to be caged.
Kitty? What's happening?
A wonderful thing, my dear, for both of us.
I said I'd free you. I didn't say I'd let you live.
Betrayal! You will not take the girl. She is mine!
Kitty! You're scaring me! I won't let you inside me! I won't!
Ow.
Why are you running?
Just immediately frozen. I thought for sure I'd killed her, but I guess not. Okay, Ogren, you need to heal. Now, Alistair.
As you wish.
Come on, Alistair, take out Kitty. You can do it. I believe in you. Okay, good. Alistair lived. Thought for sure he was gonna die there. Easy peasy. Except for the part where I died. That wasn't so easy peasy. They're all over there.
Let's get started. Stay still!
You did it! You freed her! Thank you so much!
I'm sorry I ran away, Daddy. I was so scared.
It's all right, Butterfly. You're safe now. All the bad creatures are gone. The phrase to activate Shale is Dulan Han. If you still want that bloody thing. I wouldn't if I were you. Now we should go, and quickly. Thank you again. We owe you our lives.
It is way too early to be tired. It's only like 7:17 p.m.
On it.
Dulan hard.
I knew that the day would come when someone would find the control rod. And not even a mage this time. Probably stumbled across the rod by accident, I suppose. Typical.
You could be more thankful, you know.
It thinks I should be thankful. Well, of course it does. Why would it not? I stood here in this spot and watched the wretched little villagers scurry around me for, oh, I have no idea how long. Many, many years.
Oh, you poor dear. That would be really, really boring.
And the villagers had no idea they were being watched. Creepy.
I was just beginning to get used to the quiet, too. Tell me, are all the villagers dead?
I take it that wouldn't concern you?
Familiarity breeds contempt, as they say, and after 30 years as a captive audience, I was as familiar with these villagers as one could possibly be. Not that I wish their fate on them, no. But it did make for a delightful change of pace.
I'll bet.
Well, go on then. Out with it. What is its command?
Do you have a name?
Perhaps. I may have forgotten after all the years of being called Gollum. Gollum, fetch me that chair. Do be a good Gollum and squash that insipid bandit. And let's not forget, Gollum, pick me up. I tire of walking. It does have the control rod, doesn't it? I am awake, so it must.
Is something wrong?
I see the control rod, yet I feel... Go on, order me to do something.
Fine, attack Alistair.
Hey!
And, nothing. I feel nothing. I feel no compulsion to carry out its command. I suppose this means the rod is... broken?
So, what now? You go on a killing rampage?
Don't be ridiculous. Well, I wouldn't mind killing the birds. Those evil birds and their foul droppings. I could crush them all. I suppose if I can't be commanded, this means I have free will, yes? It is simply, what should I do? I have no memories beyond watching this village for so long. I have no purpose. I find myself at a bit of a loss. What about it? It must have awoken me for some reason, no? What did it intend to do with me?
Didn't give him much thought.
I see. Wonderful. I suppose I have two options, do I not? Go with it or go elsewhere? I do not even know what lies beyond this village.
As far as I've heard, you've killed your former master.
Did I? I remember that I had a former master. The mage with the furry brows who poked and prodded and barked orders. Did I kill him? I hope I did kill him. Perhaps the last order he barked was, Gollum, stop crushing my head. Ah!
I noticed you wouldn't call him it.
Yes, I'm just funny that way.
Are you going to keep calling me it?
Yes, very likely.
Okay, good enough. You're all can come with me.
Are you certain you want to bring that thing with us? It could be dangerous and large.
Think of it as a portable battering ram.
Good point. Better it than me, anyhow.
A golem, huh? Well, I guess there are worse things to have following you around than a giant boulder with fists.
Like
I
Alistair.
will follow it about then. For now. I am called Shale, by the way.
Is that your name or what you're made of?
It would rather I was called Flint. Pebbles? How about rubble?
Okay.
Yes.
Of course, Alistair disapproves. I wonder what's the dialogue for telling Shale to throw Ogren. Oh, Ogren's with us. Technically, I don't think you're supposed to leave with them until after you go get Bronca, but I did, because reasons. I'm gonna take a quick break and get some dinner because I I haven't eaten for 6 hours, maybe. So, I'll be right back. Davini, too. So you won't get any mastication today. Well then.
We're still
Alright,
doomed.
shale. Self. Any. Activate modes. Don't hurt.
If it must.
Oh boy. That drink is really cold on my teeth. Forgot I had an injury. I'm gonna speak to Shale. Well, I'm gonna go back to camp, do something about the injury. I'll speak to Shale, and then I will go into the deep roads and continue with the
You know, I've
main
seen
quest.
a golem or two in my time. We have them in Orzammar.
It is indeed wise in the ways of the golem. It deserves a medal.
Thing is, I don't remember anyone ever mentioning about them having memory problems.
Perhaps they're not the ones with the memory problems.
I talked to a golem once. It didn't have anything interesting to say, but its memory, sharp. It could tell you what you were wearing at the Barnack Festival 10 years ago.
Probably vomit and flies and little else, if I were to guess.
Of course, if someone simply claimed to have lost their memory, that would avoid some awkward questions.
Is it still talking? It is not drinking, so it must be.
Fine, fine. You go on and don't answer me. You'll screw up sooner or later.
Jeez.
As you wish.
Ogren has to be the most foul-mouthed companion that you can have in any game. Or rather, yes, he'll have the most dialogue related to him. That's foul-mouthed. Yeah, let's go with that for now.
You and your friends are formidable folk, indeed. It's good to have you along on the road. The Dark Spawn have attacked Lothering. I don't think everyone even had fled by the time they came, either. Word has it they swarmed the entire area, making off with prisoners and burning down the buildings, and then they were gone. Just as quick. I wonder if there's anyone left. I heard some chanters were going to head down south, maybe to try to find some survivors. I'm not holding out hope myself. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is.
Let me see what you've got.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods, my boy.
Yeah. Guess nature is probably the one they don't resist, at least the most often. Really remember, honestly. Ogren, you can have this special brew.
By my ancestors, this is a wonderful gift!
Liliana, enjoy your new shoes.
How dear of you. Thank you so much.
I'm guessing you'll probably like this amulet, Alistair.
Is that for me? Really? Wow! Wow!
Guess we'll give this bracelet to Ogren since it's
That looks
Dwarven.
fine indeed.
Why, thank you so much.
Maybe she would like this demon statue.
Fine gift.
Let's talk with Shale then.
I see it found some augmentation crystals. I was not even aware it knew about them. Well done. So, what does it think? They don't make me look any wider, do they? I find I'm already too wide as it is.
No, they're quite slimming.
It must be the vertical pattern it put them in. Did it know to do that? It must have. I think it should find some more as soon as possible. I want to glitter from ear to ear, so to speak.
Let's talk with Shale some more. What's with the size?
Oh, that. Merely reflecting on the hopeless nature of the task in front of it. The most likely outcome is that it and its companions will become a stain on some rock for the Darkspawn to tread upon. I shall be moved to a single tear by the tragedy.
It's for the faith. Won't we be right next to your stain?
I think not. I am made of pure rock, skin to core. At best, I can become a pile of dust, but a smear I will definitely not leave behind. That's for softer, squishier things like itself and its friends. What's that? Did it hear flapping wings? There may be pigeons nearby. We should be alert.
I mean, once you add water into the mix, rock dust does become a bit more of a smear. At least typically speaking.
It doesn't have better things to do.
Watched that village day and night for years.
I do not sleep, so yes. And I thank it for reminding me. Try to imagine, if it will, what it would be like to be surrounded by nothing but boring peasants, all oblivious to it.
Sounds like you were a bit of a voyeur.
Oh, yes. It certainly was the height of intrigue to listen to the accounts of how young Dornan had scandalized the village by his purchase of an Orlesian hat. And the argument that those two muddy farmers had over the price of barley for a whole summer. Riveting. And then there were the birds. A whole village full of pigeons and ravens and sparrows all perching on me day in and day out.
Sounds a bit messy.
Those foolish villagers would spread birdseed near me, drawing the birds, because they thought having birds perch on me was quaint. Quaint! If there hadn't been the occasional kind soul to scour me clean, I don't care to discuss this anymore.
Shale is just getting really mad at me now. It would seem.
What do you need?
Yes? Something you need? Yes? What's on your mind?
Why did you decide to come to Ferelden?
My mother was from Denerim, and I consider myself a Ferelden. Mother served an Orlesian noblewoman who lived here when Orlais ruled. When Orlais was defeated and the common folk began to resent the presence of any Orlesian, the lady returned to Orlais. She took my mother with her. I was born in Orlais and did not set foot in Ferelden till much later. Mother was always telling me stories of her homeland. I think she missed it.
Into your mother.
Mother died when I was very young. Lady Cecily let me stay with her. I had no one else. She was quite old then, and she had me study music and dance to entertain her. It is unfair that I have more memories of Cecily than my mother.
What was Cecile like?
She was an elderly lady, very refined and proper. She had impeccable manners and taste, more so than a lot of Orlesian ladies. Cecily was also kind. My mother was unmarried and with child. It was scandalous, and Cecily had every right to turn my mother out. She didn't. Strangely, the only thing I really remember of Mother was her scent. She kept dried flowers in her closet amongst her clothes. Small white Ferelden wildflowers with a sweet fragrance. Mother called them Andrastis Grace. They were very rare in Orlais. But enough about that. Let us move on. Yes? Something you need? Yes? What's on your mind?
Do you miss anything about Orlais?
I miss Val-Royeaux. Unlike other cities where the people are the lifeblood and the character, Val-Royeaux was her own person, and her people little more than decorations. There was always music in Val-Royeaux, streaming from the many windows, quiet refrains and triumphant choruses, and always, floating above that all, the chant, coming from the Grand Cathedral. It was magnificent.
I've never been to Orlais.
If you get the chance, you should see it, at least Val-Royeaux. Of course there are good things and bad things about Orlais, like anywhere else. Sometimes I miss it dearly, and sometimes I'm glad I'm rid of it. And you will laugh at this, but I miss the fine things I had in Orlais.
Must have been a big change moving to Lothering.
I left behind much, leaving Orlais. But there is more to life than dresses and furs. It is sad that many have lost sight of this. Orlais is very fashionable, almost ridiculously so. But the shoes! Living with those ridiculous trends was worth it for the shoes.
For their ridiculous shoes?
Sometimes. About 10 years ago, all the ladies went mad for shoes with soles as large and heavy as bricks. But it isn't always that silly. When I left Orlais, the fashion was shoes with delicate tapered heels and embellishments in the front. A ribbon, perhaps, or embroidery. In soft colors, of course. It was spring.
Must have cost a lot of gold.
Yes, well, a fair amount. It is so frivolous and wasteful, I know, but I have such a weakness for lovely shoes. Oh, I could talk about shoes all day, but we have things to do, don't we?
Is that about Ditzy?
Stop wasting time, Warden. I'm not here to chat.
Let's see if Nigel has anything. Nah, don't think he does. Alright, I have 59 elf root, which will turn into 29 of those. So I need 25 distillation agents, 29 flasks.
Are you sure I can't interest you in... I'm...
Yes.
Yes.
Shale, Ogren, and Alistair. Well, no, let's bring the land instead. How close is Laleon to her next level up? Very close. Okay. Let's see what else I have to do here.
You're the best wrangler I've ever seen. But there's more out there. I trust Vala, my nug-wrangling friend.
I need to find the last of the knights. I have no idea where to look, though.
On it.
I think skip that codex entry. Council Reds. What's this about? Okay. Thought it might be quest related, but it's not.
News of the hour. Lord Harrowmont endorsed by the Honorable Grey Warden.
This has dragged on too long. It's an insult to King Endrin's memory.
On it.
House Iduk and Shield of Orzammar. The Assemblygus never named a paragon with so little disagreement as there was for Paragon Iduk, and no naysayers, only a single abstention. His worthiness was unquestionable, his favor with the ancestors clear. But family rumors say that the man himself was deeply troubled, prone to fits of melancholy and self-doubt, never satisfied with his great achievement, protecting Orzammar. He died cursing that he had not managed to save the outlying tithes. Before he rose to Paragon, he was of little note. The memories tell us that he never entered a single proven, never sought to elevate his place among the warrior caste. He spent most of his years prior to the First Blight fighting skirmishes in the deep roads, keeping them free from surface bandits content to live quietly with his wife and daughters. When the Blights began, it caught Orzammar in the midst of a vicious inter-house war. Most of the warrior caste was caught up in the feuding. For as word of attacks poured in, each great house demanded that the army be sent to defend their tag, and no house would agree to sacrifice their own holdings for the safety of any others. The assembly was so utterly tied up with the infighting that the Darkspawn spread, unchecked, to the gates of Orzammar herself. In the chaos, Iduken grudgingly took command of the armies. He enlisted the aid of the mining caste to collapse overrun passages, called upon the smith caste to supply enough arms, and bypass the assembly and the nobles entirely. With his leadership, Orzammar was saved from annihilation. For his insubordination, he was a made paragon, yet he always considered it a defeat. From a history of how Iduken, Paragon, King, Peacemaker by Scholar Gertek. I wanted to insert a lot of words where they shouldn't be.
Paralyzing Orzammar's military. Lord Balin issues clear edict questioning their dedication to victory.
I can't believe House Harrowmont would overstep itself
Excellent
like this.
showing in the Proving, Warden.
Sworn I heard a knock over here. Probably not.
On it.
Shh. I'm doing very important work.
That's another way to get a level up, I guess. Reading books. Wait, I need to need to boost her cunning by points. I need to boost. Yeah. Gloves of Diligence. Search for the true prophets. I wonder if that would be Leliana's thing. I know Leliana is the religious sort, but I'm not sure that would really qualify for her. Because it's also suggesting that her idol, basically, is not who she's said to be. Maybe there's a nug in here.
The assembly is in session. Enter quietly if you wish to observe.
Something feels wrong about this part.
Your mind has gone to dust if you think we would pass such a writ. Half our houses would go broke without the service trade.
The proposal is only effective until we have a king to ensure we are respected by the surfacers.
Leaving you conveniently positioned to take over all contracts. I'll see your head on a pike first.
Deshers, lords and ladies of the Assembly. I've already doubled the guard to prevent violence. Must I summon more?
Steward Bandalore, Balin's sympathizers are tying our hands with trivialities. They may as well open us to the sky.
I suggest we put the matter to a vote.
And I suggest you have a taste of my family's mace.
Enough! The Assembly is in recess until the members can regain control of their emotions.
Why do the dwarves have magic staffs? Okay, so that's the only thing that really happened.
Stone-forsaken fools and dusters. I'm sorry. This is the assembly of the clans. Only Deshers and occasional guests of state are allowed in.
You don't recognize a Grey Warden?
Forgive me. I am so exhausted. I completely forgot about the message from the gate guard. Welcome to Orzammar, Warden. I hope you can forgive our unrest. The loss of our king has hit us hard. Respect for your role is great, but you won't receive a proper hearing until we have a king on the throne.
Yeah, I suppose I knew as much.
Troubling, but it will still seem distant compared to the empty throne. The Assembly is blind to all else.
So who has the authority to aid me?
I must admit, Warden, I am at a loss myself. It lies with Prince Balin or Lord Harrowmont, and they are slow to trust anyone in these uncertain times. I only wish there was more I could do for you.
Okay. I should go through those pre-generated screenshots at some point and see if any of them are worthy of being added to my waiting screen.
Orzammar questions Lord Harrowmont's ability to win the throne without Grey Warden assistance. Will they fight
All be aware that the Grey Wardens have aligned with Lord Harrowmont. Be not afraid to follow.
Oh right, I should do that while I'm thinking about it. See if I can finally bust into those chests that are in the Carta hideaway. If I can still access it, anyways. And again with the commoner clothing.
Right.
What do you mean insufficient skill?
On my way.
I absolutely should be able to pick that. I'm gonna see if it has something to do with that twig. Common. Oh. Sorry about the delay, it's just... that's gonna get on my nerves. Okay. Hmm. There we go. Hopefully that fixes it.
On my way.
Huh. I guess maybe it's just broken. Because this indicator is supposed to show that it's unlockable, and then Liliana has the max rank unlocking. Or the max rank pick lock and trap disarming. So maybe it is just actually broken, and it's not that tweak that's supposed to make it more convenient. Well, that was a waste of time. Oh well. No, let's actually head into the deep roads. At this rate, this arc is going to have taken twice as long as the Dalish one.
On it.
Thulham found me somewhere down here. I wish I knew where exactly.
So go straight for you.
This should be easy.
It just occurred to me that I didn't make any potions. I don't have anyone who can. To go and get Morgan.
I got it!
This is a waste of time. Are you done?
Okay.
Another day, another scar. This should be easy enough.
I'm gonna go do that because I know for certain I'm gonna need potions. Because I definitely don't have anywhere near enough.
Pigeon crab.
Indeed.
Well, hold on. How much gold do I have? Enough. Oh well. No. Nope, I'm not gonna let myself get distracted again. I am actually going to finish this arc today. Okay, let's try to arrange this slightly differently. So it's easier to tell at a glance what's going to be doing what. Okay.
One more crush for my amusement. Your head will make lovely crunching noises. Finally, we get to the good part.
I swear. Okay, Fireball it is.
So be it.
Blame Morgan for that.
Yes, of course.
What shall I do?
He's gonna go down. See if I can manage to avoid this trap.
Right ahead. Lost.
Where's the trap ship that's active? Oh, that one.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Time for a little cleanup. This should be easy.
No target is too small for fireball. You can't change my mind.
It's either you or me. It's gonna be me.
I think I only hit Cleon with that one.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to see what's on that side. I'm pretty sure it's just a dead end, but I'm gonna see anyways. Wow. Wow, it's literally a wall right here that's not shown on the map. God damn it. At least it gave me a codex entry, I guess. For all that's worth.
This should be easy enough.
Okay.
It's done.
Right. Look at this mess. Love it. This should be easy enough.
Of course. I shall do it.
Watch for the beast. Careful, these creatures look a mite upset. Weapons at the ready.
Oh. Carl's head by the time Shield does her thing.
On it. This should be easy enough. Devil, these creatures look a mite upset.
Oh, time to fireball everyone. Totally worth it. Okay. Now to head north. And then to a pile of rocks. Okay.
Tell me.
Darkspawn, slay them all!
Oh. That's not the strategy I had in mind. Not quite. Shale can carry him through, though. Assuming we all survive. Which might not actually be a given. I expected that to go very differently.
Make us breath.
Yeah, I'm not pulling that out. And of course, this is where it puts me.
We're still doomed. Kill it quickly.
Let's just kill everyone. Perfect. I mean, I lived. That must mean something, right?
That was not pleasant.
On it.
On my way. It's done.
Oh?
Really, Morrigan? You canceled it? Oh, fine, whatever. Okay, then everyone move over here. And we'll deal with them as they come around the corner.
Very well.
That's the safer way, anyways. If not, well, not very flashy.
So be it.
You never had it.
Of course, I get hexed again, which sucks, but... No, whatever. Oh, fuck.
Doing competent. It's embarrassing.
Fucking fireball. Okay. Let's see. I think I'll focus down on the emissary.
We have to help them.
And Morgan's down, because, yep. No. No curse of mortality. Is Leliana really standing in the rock fall? Is she trying to make this harder for me?
All right.
I honestly can't tell sometimes.
I shall do it. Very well.
Run in fear!
Yes. As you like.
Right.
Okay. Not sure that amounted to much, other than some loot, but... Yeah, if I try to finish this arc tonight, it might actually end up being a 9 or 10 hour stream, now that I think about it. I don't think I have enough energy to stay entertaining for 3.5 more hours. Entertaining to any degree. Yeah, I just remembered how long this arc really is. So yeah, I think I might actually save the rest of it for tomorrow.
Have you seen my lunch? It's a piece of... I'm
Are you
only asking
seriously
because
still
you
looking
know,
for your lunch?
right,
It's been like
yes,
2 or 3 days at this point. I don't think you're gonna find your lunch in any good shape. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and call it. But I will finish it tomorrow. I'll see you guys around. You guys have a good night.